right. Welcome. Getting a few people in here. Welcome everybody. Just now started the live, so if you guys could press like and share with friends, that would be great. Thanks for joining. This is my third time going live where I can invite guests. So, that's exciting. I do have that enabled, right? I don't think I have to press any special button to make it possible. Welcome everyone. We're just gonna do some basic how we know the Earth is a globe Q&A. If anybody has questions, or if anybody wants to have chill, friendly debate. Hi, Maverick. Or if we don't have questions about the globe for the first little bit, we could just talk about Dana3 says working on my follower count. Yep, it's certainly a struggle at first. Or sometimes lightning just strikes. I guess I got lucky with when I started posting I had a 100-minute long YouTube video that had been on my YouTube channel since 2019. Barely got much viewership, and then I started posting little clips of it on TikTok here, and somehow it just blew up. So I got lucky, I guess. Dan3 says I'm trying to join the good fight. Yep. Yep. There's far too many flat earthers, so I guess any help we can get. Oh wow, I've already got 192 viewers. Oh wow. Tim says, is the Earth flat? Well, no, it is not. Would you like to talk about that, Tim? Hobbs, why are the ignorant so confident while the intelligent so doubtful? That is a great question. I guess intelligence breeds humility. But have you considered nuh-uh? Well, there have been a lot of people that told me to consider nuh-uh. Thunberg, who's a doubting Thomas? Did I miss context? Are there aliens under the ocean? My goodness, what a question. I mean, that might depend on what you mean by aliens, because we know there's life down there. It's just not extraterrestrial, obviously, because terrestrial means on the Earth. Under the ocean is literally on the Earth. And it's not probably intelligent life, it's just marine life. So, depends on your definition of alien. The fact that we even have to prove the Earth is a globe is scary. Well, I mean, I suppose I would interpret your comment to mean, the fact that we're still having to reiterate this science that has been abundantly proven for essentially thousands of years. Yeah, that is a bit scary. But to be fair, anything that we say we know for sure, we should be able to prove. So, it had to be proven originally, obviously, and then, to continue the knowledge, to continue the confidence, we have to continue to be able to prove it. I mean, the big issue, I guess, is that, with all this space age stuff going on, we can literally just go to the Discover satellite website and just look up the most recent photograph of the Earth from 1 million miles away and see that it's clearly a sphere. So that, means it's proven, but if you don't trust that stuff, then I think it is a fair question, like on pedestrian citizen science, how do we prove the Earth is a globe? But we can, you know. So, all right, I got a guest, Scout. Uh, let's see. Welcome, Scout. Uh, Scout, you have content playing. It sounds like. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect you because I don't like that. Um, all right. So, anybody want to like have actual conversation? Level and stationary is the default position. Well, sure. But you know what else is the default position, D8D player, is the sun traveling below eye level, meaning if you think the Earth is flat, the default position would be that the sun travels underneath that flat Earth. Okay, so I challenge you to disprove that. This robothemist stuff about the sun always staying above eye level, that is the new kid in history. You know, that started in 1849, I think. And I challenge you to show me one example of any serious person thinking that before then. I mean, no ancient culture believed the Earth that the sun stayed above eye level 24/7, 365. That's ancient people were not that stupid. Anytime a Flurf YouTube account posts a new word, they all start saying it. Was the Earth created from the Big Bang? Well, technically, even according to people who believe in Big Bang cosmogony, I don't believe they would say that the Earth was created by the Big Bang. Um, the Big Bang would be responsible for like, you know, bigger stuff, and then once the sun formed, it would have a protoplanetary disk, and then that protoplanetary disk would start to condense into planets. So the Earth would have been created, you know, way, way, way after the Big Bang. I don't believe in Big Bang cosmogony. I believe that God created the Earth, especially, you know, as it describes in Genesis 1. But even Big Bang cosmogonists would not say that the Big Bang directly created the Earth, to be fair. You don't need anything other than star rotation to disprove flat Earth. It's that simple. 100% agree. In fact, I'm recently coming to be aware, I am at a latitude where I could probably create my own like star trails time lapse to show rotation in both directions in my sky. And if I traveled somewhere uh, to do that, then it would be even better. We got a request from Constrictor 55. Let's see what.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. How about you?
Yeah, they're lying about everything.
Okay, who's they?
That's the question, right?
Well, you can't make a statement like they're lying without really having some meaning in mind when you say the word they and, you know,
Could
what
they
they're lying about.
could I understand? Could they still be lying without knowing who they are?
I don't even know how to answer that question. You have to have some referent in mind, an antecedent when you use a pronoun.
I'm with you. I'm with you. They being the elite, you know, the
Okay.
top of the food chain here on Earth, right?
All right. So you're talking about a generalized distrust of authority and
No, no, very
institutions.
very like specific actually. Even though I can't name you the names, right? But I'm talking the
Well,
very top of not countries even, but top of corporations, the very richest people that we don't even know their names. They're not on the
okay,
Forbes
sure.
list.
But at some point that you have to, I'm assuming that you surely have to have in your mind some way that trickles down to people
The
lying directly to us, like NASA, for
For
example.
sure. Yeah, the talking heads, NASA, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Have you ever seen a weather balloon, or not a weather balloon from like all the way from top of the altitude, like as far as it can go?
my friend actually sent a high altitude weather balloon with a panoramic camera to 120,000 feet. I helped him measure the drop away of the horizon at that altitude.
Yes. And what did you think?
The drop away, impossible on a flat Earth.
6 degrees.
100%.
Now, what did you think? But what did you think when you just looked at the camera footage?
That's silly. You don't just look
No,
at
no,
camera
no. What
footage.
did it look like? What NASA shows us?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, it did not. You know, NASA uses fisheye lenses to
Well,
make
yeah,
it
because
curve
okay,
way
listen.
more than
Okay,
regular
listen.
camera.
If you're gonna spend $30 million to send a spacecraft into orbit, you don't want to have to send an astronaut outside that spacecraft just to turn the camera,
Did you and
right?
your
That's
friends
that.
spend $30 million to do
No,
what you did?
let me
No,
finish what I was
no, no,
saying.
no, no. I'm asking you a question. Did you
I'll
and your
get to
friends
that, but
spend?
you interrupted what
So
I was
why
saying.
is
Okay,
NASA? Why would NASA decide to spend that much money when you could
I'll
do it
answer your
for
question.
pennies on the dollar, my friend?
I'll answer your question. Just let me finish what I was saying.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
so it would be ridiculous to not use a fisheye lens on the outside of a spacecraft unless you were specifically wanting one angle.
Why would that be ridiculous?
Because they don't want to have to use like extravehicular activity, do a spacewalk just to turn a camera. That's ridiculous.
Why would they have to? Why would they? Dude, you act like we can't invent something that would turn a regular camera.
Oh, of course we could, but like
Yeah,
why
let's
fisheye
be
lens?
but let's be real for a second. It's 2024, right? There should be no way that me as a grown man could have any doubts. Okay, and not only
Well,
me,
I
but
agree with that, but
millions,
it's not
right?
NASA's fault, I assure you.
Millions of people. It is NASA's fault because of the money we gave them. They haven't provided enough. I mean, barely any bit of evidence. Like you have some non CGI composite photos on the
Okay,
NASA website now. They never had it
I
before.
challenge you to tell me exact criteria in your mind for what counts as CGI and what doesn't when a NASA photo comes out.
See, this is what y'all always do, and my thing is this is what I want, right? This is what would prove it to me. Facebook Live, right? TikTok Live of an astronaut just doing this, just taking a little spacewalk with a camera and spinning around in a circle. That would literally prove it for me. And do you know how much footage of
I
that is
don't
out
believe
there?
you. I
Bro,
don't
I'm
believe
telling
you.
you, I'm a Star Trek nerd. I'm a Star Wars guy. I love space,
I
man.
know,
I
but
love it.
from everything you've said so far, I don't believe that
Bro, I'm
that's true,
asking
that that
you.
would
I'm
actually.
asking you why is doesn't that footage exist? Why has that never happened one time?
Well,
You have
because
to wake up. You gotta wake up.
Listen. There's an
I'm
answer.
listening.
Congress does not give NASA those big bucks to disprove flat Earth theory.
Bro,
Okay,
NASA,
that's
I'm
not the
asking
purpose of the
one.
money.
It's
If
not
they
to
used
disprove
the money for
anything.
that, Congress would be angry. The money would stop.
Are astronauts in space? Are they in space?
I believe that the ISS is still manned at the
There you
moment.
go. So, how much money does it cost to take that dude and take him right outside for 10 seconds and do a spin, bro?
Okay,
You gotta wake up.
the International Space Station is not much higher than my friend's high altitude balloon. Okay, so the
Who funded NASA?
I think it was Congress with
Congress,
taxpayer
right?
money.
And the black budget. What about that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to get much into your conspiracy theories, to be honest.
Conspiracies. I know we never want to get there, but that's the whole thing
No,
about flat Earth. Is it's a
There's a reason
conspiracy,
because it's
bro.
impossible to have a conversation about it. You don't
It
have the
really
evidence.
isn't.
I don't have the evidence. It's just a he said she said thing, and it's
But you don't
nonsense.
have the evidence of Earth. That's what
Oh
I'm
yes, I
saying.
do. Look right behind me. There's evidence.
That's
This is
not
a time lapse.
evidence.
Oh yes, it is. If you don't
It's a
understand, I
time
can
lapse.
explain. It's a
Okay.
time lapse of the sunset. The sun
Yes.
never changes size and it never changes
Correct.
speed. It goes below eye level, 100% provable.
Have you ever been to a planetarium?
Yes.
If you observe that same show in the planetarium every day, you would say the same thing, my friend.
What are you talking about?
If you went to a planetarium and you measured exactly what you measured in our sky, right? But you did it in a planetarium, you would see the same things because it's created. It's an illusion, dude. Like there is no out
Are you
there. It's
telling me the
all
sunset is an illusion?
No, it's being played in our atmosphere. That's what you need to understand. There is no outside. It's just here. That's it. This is it. There's nothing
It
else
doesn't
out there.
matter. It
If
doesn't
you were in a
matter
planetarium, if you were in a planetarium, would you think? But you were born there. You never knew anything else about the world. You would think that you were in space. You would think that space existed. You would think the same
I don't
science
think
that you
you're
know now.
understanding the argument here from my
I do
sunset time
understand. I'm
lapse.
trying. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is that you measured something that just it exists because it exists. That's how it was
Now,
designed.
now, in order to establish my confidence that you understand my argument, can I
Yes.
finish making my argument, please?
Yeah, I've been a jerk. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
That's all right. Thank you. So this sunset time lapse, I didn't just use a camera too. Like I have it on YouTube and there's links to all kinds of scientific numeric data. I was
Sure.
using an altitude measuring instrument.
Yeah,
Um, I, I
I
won't say the
don't
word in case
question your
TikTok misunderstands.
science. Yeah.
So, so the sun descends in the sky according to a perfectly constant linear rate. In order to it,
I'm with you.
if this okay, so I'm in Eastern Time in the United States. What time
Yes.
zone are you in, if I may ask?
I'm on the East Coast.
Okay, so if there's anybody in here who's on like the West Coast, let's say, or across the Atlantic,
Yeah.
if it's the same sun that you and I see, that they would see on the West Coast or across the Atlantic, if it's the same sun in the same sky, well, it's slightly different sky, but you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
if we're looking at the same sun,
Yep.
us, then how on earth does the sun go below eye level for one of us while it stays above eye level for the other if it's staying above the earth?
Because that's how it's programmed to do. Is what I'm saying. Like I get what you're.
Programmed by who?
That's the question, man. And if you don't
You
think
think
that
the
we're in,
sky is a literal planetarium created artificially?
I don't think anything because I'm smart enough to understand I don't know anything really. Like we're just monkeys in a
Well, you
terrarium.
seem to be asserting that the earth is flat, so I'm not sure that
I'm asserting that we don't know, man. That's what I'm saying, and we should know. They know. The people at the very top know. But the whole thing is, everything you've been fed has been fed to you by your priests, your scientist priests. That's all they are. It's a new religion, my friend. That's all it is. Haven't you seen contradictions in, like, even just like with the jab and all that stuff? Haven't you seen the contradictions of the science being pushed the way they say it, like trust the science and all the cult stuff? Don't you see the correlations?
I am rapidly tiring of this conversation.
I know you are. I know you are. I'm
Do we
sorry. I
have
don't
any
mean.
other
Have you?
guests?
Do you know what the Borgs are? Do you know it from Star Trek?
Yeah.
That's what all of you are becoming. You're all Borgs,
No,
but you are
it's science
you're a good
fiction. It's
guy.
not
I
real.
appreciate you. Fight the Borgs. Don't become a Borg. I love you. Have a good one.
You too. Oh boy. Oh boy. Archimedes knew without having to see pictures. Yep, 100%. We're all programmed by our teachers. Got any teachers in the chat that want to, chime in and let us know if you're programming your kids? Getting paid by the elite. That would probably make a more comfortable living than what you're really making, wouldn't it? All right. Surely we got some better conversation waiting to happen than that. This is totally random, but there is a very weird thing on my phone whenever I do lives and try to record it on my computer. My clock in the corner of my screen here always gets frozen at 9:41. And it does not even matter if it's not 9:41 when I start the live. It will change to 9:41. Some kind of software glitch. The elite don't send their kids to the schools normal people do. Well, Flurfs can't grasp size. That seems to be true. I have to agree. Server connection glitch. Hmm. Connection to what server, though? Flight paths and the Great Circle prove the Earth is a globe, too. Yep. Do people truly believe the Earth is flat, or do they just want to stand out and argue? You know, in a lot of cases, I'm not sure there's a difference between those two things. To be fair, look outside. All I see is wait. Scroll off my screen. Look outside. All I see is a flat plane out my window. Show me the curve. You can't see it from ground level, bud. How about you look at sunset instead? It's easier to deny science than trying to understanding the science. Yeah. Actually, I take that back. About this user's name is Drew. Look outside. All I see is a flat plane in my window. Show me the curve. You can see the curve if you use a telescope on ships disappearing over the horizon. But I know that is a highly disputed topic, so if there are any flat earthers want to join and talk about it, let's talk about it. Actually, let me just throw it up on the screen since we don't have any requesting guests at the moment. So Drew, this is to answer you, so you should pay attention here. Now, I made this in Photoshop, okay? This is not a real picture. I'm just demonstrating a concept. I had a flat earther really flip out on me over this just because it was photoshopped, okay? So just fair warning, this is not a photo. I'm not claiming this is a photo. Let's see. Shoot. All right. So we have two situations here, two phenomena. One I'm calling deresolution. That's basically just a fancy word for something getting too small to see. It's smaller than a pixel in your camera or smaller than a cone cell in your retina, one or the other. Whereas there is this thing called occultation. If you've ever seen, like there's all kinds of pictures of this online. If I'd Google hold down or search on Wikipedia, there is footage of this, okay? Ships disappear from the bottom up. We know this. They always do. If you zoom in far enough that they are not de-resolved, you know, if your camera setup is not such that this will happen first, then this will happen, and they are not the same. Okay, so when you see this happen, this proves a curve. Because something is blocking the line of sight between you and the bottom of the boat. Okay, that's what we see happening right here. This footage right here proves the Earth is a globe. This is curvature. So, is Drew still in the chat? Because this just answered your question. I just showed you curvature. That doesn't happen? It does. This is photographic evidence. Join in and let's chat if you want. Although I got a new request from Psycho Hydro. Let me switch to the other view first. All right. Shoot. Sorry, fumbling with my camera. Oh, did I? Oh, wait, no. Okay, here we go. Psycho Hydro.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you? All right, wait, I already asked that. Okay, no,
I do
I'm
that
not
all
a,
the time.
I'm not a flat earther, but I've just been running this thought experiment through my head. You know how like especially talking about the like the boat going to the edge. You know how they say like, oh, we can't see past like 4 miles because of like distortion or whatever, or like refraction. Oh, it's refraction. That's the word I'm looking for. Have you ever heard that
Yeah,
argument?
I have heard. I mean, the refraction is a big topic in the conversation. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, I'd love to work out the math. Like, so you, people at the equator can barely see Polaris. So like depending on how like high like the dome is, like because flat earthers claim that there's like a dome covering the Earth, you should be able to see like how are you able to see Polaris from that far away if there's refraction and like doing the math and be like technically since you're able to see these stars from this place, you should be able to see this far on the surface. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Yeah, so actually, from what I can tell, and I'm actually not an expert on atmospheric refraction, it's a bit complicated because you can figure out the math pretty easily with like just a high school education, when you're talking about refraction across one single surface. Like, 1 second. Like this thing right here, right? This chunk of glass. If a ray of light hits this surface, you can drag out Snell's law. You can measure input parameters. You can calculate what the refractive index is, etc. But this is just one surface, and that's because you have air, and on the other side, glass or maybe acrylic. I don't know exactly what this is, but I think it's glass. Anyway, you know what I mean. It's like simple because it's one surface. With the atmosphere, you have essentially continuous changes in density and pressure and temperature that cause essentially continuous refraction, as though, there's an infinitesimal amount of refraction going on continuously across an infinite number of surfaces, if that makes sense, between like slices of air, so that it becomes a very complicated thing to calculate. I think there are equations like that sort of simplify it, but they take certain assumptions into account. I think there's something called standard refraction where they take like the most common atmospheric conditions and they've done some simplifying math on that. But that's not a field I've studied, and so I just know that that type of thing can quickly launch straight into calculus, and even then you might not get all of the factors right. So one thing I do know is that atmospheric refraction can have the effect of making the curvature look like it uncurls a little bit, straightens out, like so that you can see farther, because essentially the light is following the curvature of the Earth due to atmospheric refraction, sometimes in some atmospheric conditions. And that obviously makes flat earthers go nuts, because then, they're like, oh, we see too far, and how is this possible? And it's, disproves curvature, and you're not allowed to say atmospheric refraction because it gets slathered over everything, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, they use that to try to explain away sunset, which does not make sense. But
Yeah. Or like night and day does not make sense. Like,
yeah.
like how can light only like reach one place farther than the other place? I don't know.
Yeah.
Dimensions in the flat Earth like realm does not make any sense. That's like my big like huge thing that I've noticed.
So I got a request from Jerry Weinfeld. Are you a flat earther, Jerry?
Oh yeah, I can hop
If he
in.
is, I might ask to switch guests if that's okay with you,
Oh yeah,
Psycho.
no problem. I just like I had that thought and I want to like run it by someone else. Thank you for your time.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good night.
You too.
Oh, we lost Jerry Weinfeld. So maybe oh wait.
I don't even know how to hop down.
Okay, now we got somebody named Silly Question. All right, so if you're still good, Psycho Hydra, I'll move on to the next guest.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not sure how to hop down, so if you could do that for me.
That's all right. Thanks. Have a good night.
You too, bye.
All right.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Good. How are you? I didn't answer that right, but whatever.
So are you a glober,
Yeah.
a heliocentric person?
Yeah, pretty much. Although
I don't know.
that term is a bit antiquated by now.
Yeah,
because we don't
yeah.
believe the sun is at the center of the universe anymore.
Right, right, yeah. Even in the heliocentric model, it's a little offset, right? That's kind of funny, huh?
Well, in the most modern cosmology, there is no center of the universe.
No, I'm not talking
And
about the center of the universe. I'm talking about our solar system for the heliocentric model to work.
oh, right, yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
sun isn't
Okay,
really
yeah,
actually in the center.
yeah. It probably isn't like it would. I mean, if you'd have to almost define it as like the barycenter, and that might move depending on where the planets are in their orbits
Well, the
currently.
Berry
So
center is like the gravitational center, right? But I'm saying
yeah,
for
I don't know.
the for the orbits and everything to work, the sun can't be in the center of the solar system in the heliocentric model. It's actually offset a little bit. Did you know that?
Well, the first question in my mind would be, what are you defining as the center if it's not the barycenter? Are
Well,
you taking like,
I'm saying for the orbits to work, like you would just intuitively think like, if we were just going to go back to Newton, mass attracts mass, right? And for every action equal reaction, blah blah blah. That you would think that you would like just kind of common sense. You're like, oh well, the sun's the biggest, baddest thing that everything orbits around, so it would be in the very center, right?
well, again, that depends on your definition of center at this point. But yeah, every other object in the solar system, my understanding is it is gravitationally bound to the sun, and
Mm-hmm.
that does not mean it's not influenced by other objects in the solar system. Obviously, for example, the moon orbits the Earth instead of like it's
Sure.
um yeah. So, but like, I mean, you have to come up with some definition of center if you're going to ask, is the sun in the center
Yeah,
or
man.
not?
I honestly, this isn't like my main point of anything. I'm just bringing up the fact that for the orbits to work, like the the sun isn't in the center, right? Like, I don't know. You just don't. This is just you're not under. It's maybe something you haven't looked at. It's no big deal. We can move on.
Well, I mean, I certainly don't know exactly what you're referring to, but what you've said so far does not clarify. So I guess we would have to move on. Do you have anything else you wanted to share or ask or talk about before move on to another guest?
Yeah, man. I'm just so. Do you think that in the Michelson and Morley experiment, you think that the measuring apparatus it shrank? Is that what you think?
Do I think that the apparatus did what?
You think that it shrank? That's why we didn't detect the motion of the Earth?
Uh, you're asking if I think the apparatus shrunk?
Yeah.
Are you? I mean,
Are you familiar with the Michelson and
are
Morley
you asking
experiment?
if it like did length contraction according to the Lorentz factor in Einsteinian relativity, or are you
Yeah,
asking if it like
that's
physically
exactly what I'm
shrank?
asking. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I do believe in Einsteinian relativity, if that's what you mean. So,
Okay.
uh, I don't, I have to admit, I don't 100% personally understand Einsteinian relativity, but what I do understand of it makes sense to me
Hmm.
to a certain degree, and I trust the people who do understand it, which I know, it's totally fair if somebody chooses not to trust someone else, but I don't think they're lying. I think it makes sense. I think it's true.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's kind of funny, right? Because we had like, are you pretty familiar with laser interferometry?
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know Fazal? Fazal.
I might not be familiar with that,
Oh, okay.
at least not by
So
name.
yeah, Fazal was doing laser interferometry experiments in water, and yeah, light slows down in water, and in fact, it's even translational to he was testing it within currents,
Okay.
And so, yeah, it would like you could either speed it up or slow it down, even with the current of water. Did you know that?
Okay. I don't know if I specifically knew that or not, but
Okay, yeah. One thing that I think is really strong evidence that goes against the heliocentric model is Airy's failure. So we had Fazal doing laser interferometry experiments in water, and so we knew that hey, light slows down about 44%, going through water. So Airy had the thought, he had the idea, hey, you know what? There's stellar aberration, right?
yes.
Yeah. So you can't just point your telescope directly at a star. You got to have it at a 5-degree angle, right?
Good evening,
So
Bob the Science Guy. Welcome.
so Airy, he knew that water slowed down the speed of light, and so he said, oh well, if I fill my telescope up with water and I point it at the star, right? I would because the light is slowing down. I'd have to increase the angle. I couldn't just put it at a 5-degree angle, right?
Actually, since to be perfectly honest and fair, silly question, it sounds like you're talking about something I'm a little less familiar with. We
Mm.
could certainly talk about like other
How about I
proofs and
just
stuff,
finish the
but
experiment? I'll just finish telling you about the
well,
experiment,
I was gonna
and you
say
can
that
move
if
on, and I just want to
I was
finish my
just gonna
point.
say if Bob the Science Guy is actually in here, he probably would know the answer to your question. So,
Well, it's
and I wouldn't want to impose it on Bob if he didn't want to ask to join, but I would certainly welcome his answer to this if he happened to want to
yeah, that's
provide
fine.
one.
I'll
So,
just finish the thing here. So, at any rate, so what we discovered is that you actually didn't have to tilt the telescope to 10 degrees. You left it at the same exact 5 degrees in the light collected in the center of the telescope. And what that would indicate is that it is the sky moving, not the Earth. Because if the Earth was moving, then the telescope would need to be tilted more, right? Not
I
the.
don't think stellar aberration would have anything to do with whether your telescope
It
is full of
does.
water.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
No, I
Yeah,
don't think it does. I
yeah,
understand
it
well enough
100%
to think
does.
that's incorrect. I
I
think
know,
that's
dude.
incorrect.
It's one of those things they don't really teach you guys in school. But yeah, it's
I was
definitely an
not taught
experiment you
about
should take a
stellar
look
aberration
at.
in school. I figured it out myself and then looked it up, and I understand stellar aberration. It does not have to do with whether your telescope's full of water. Am I
No,
Yeah, I
right on
think
that,
he's
Bob?
talking
you
about
didn't get
Aries'
that. You didn't
failure.
understand what I said. All right, that's fine. So
I think he's
anyhow,
talking about Aries' failure.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm talking
well,
about Aries failure.
Yeah. You know why they call it Aries' failure, right?
Because it didn't reify the heliocentric model.
No, because it didn't have the expected need to tilt.
Right, which would prove that it's the sky moving, not the Earth, and that the Earth is stationary.
How does that prove it's the sky moving?
Because if the telescope was moving, then it would need to tilt more because the light would be slower because it's where the source of the light is. The source of the light is coming from the sky, right? So if the
Yeah.
telescope was moving, if it was the Earth moving, then you would need to tilt the telescope more because it's slowing down the light.
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
Bob,
that's
you're
not what
gonna.
that was at all.
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So one of the things is moving either
Just
the
goes to
sky or
show
the
you can
earth.
read about something and not get it.
Yeah. I
um,
mean, you're just gonna lie about it, Bob. I already know who you
oh
are.
no, no, silly question. You just violated one of my rules. You have one chance to defend yourself from over that before I kick you.
Okay. Well, at any rate, you should. I mean, I literally. There's all laser interferometry
No,
experiments.
no, you didn't defend yourself. You violated one of my rules. I'm about to kick you. So
All right. Well,
tell
I
me
will say
one
this
reason why I
then. I
shouldn't.
mean, Bob, why do we have a
No,
preferred
no,
directional
what you
light?
should be saying is, I'm sorry, I did not mean to call you a liar, Bob. Okay, so since you're not saying that, you're getting kicked.
Yeah, I don't bend the knee, buddy.
All right, then. Don't bend the knee. Face consequence.
You know,
Bob,
it
would you
just
like to
kind of
share?
goes to show that you know, you can read an article but not get it. You know, I have a
Yeah.
lot of articles that I read. You know, I can read the words on them, but I don't understand them, especially if they're in like French because I don't speak French.
Hmm.
You know, I can see, Astro Julie?
No.
Astro Julie is a really nice French Canadian astronomer from Montreal and does nice live streams. And
Cool.
she brings up the moon and stuff, and she speaks in English, and then she switches over to French, and I have no damn idea what she's saying. I mean, I really don't. I mean, it sounds nice, and I think it has something to do with the moon because there's a picture of the moon on the screen, and I hear loon once in a while, but I've got no damn idea what she says, and that's kind of how I see a lot of flat earthers reading. You know, they read
Yeah.
Michelson Morley or they read Aries Failure, and they think that well, I see a picture here, so I think I know what's going on, but they just and then they come out with something like, and that proves that the Earth isn't moving. You know, like really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's called characteristic number 4 of science denial, which is just really poor deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
How you doing tonight, my man?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
Oh, just great. I've got probably 2 more videos to do, and then my slide rule series is completely done. I've got a big tutorial on my YouTube channel I've been working on for the last couple of weeks. And then I'm going to start
Nice.
coming back over here and having some fun with flat earthers.
I saw that giant 7 foot one you mentioned in the background of one of your videos.
Yeah.
I was like, holy cow, that's huge.
Well, I mean, they come up once in a while, and a guy practically gave me the damn thing. And, Baron, Baron Rutledge?
No.
Baron is he's a survey guy. He sent me a total station, and it arrived today. And he
Ooh.
said, here, this thing here is, $2,500 total station. Have fun with it. Send it back in October. And, give me a couple days and we'll get online. And I'll show you how to use it.
Nice.
It took me 20 minutes to figure out how to unlatch the locks. You've got to flip them and then twist them. It took me about 15 minutes to figure out how to open the damn case.
So, I got another guest requesting here, Brandon
I'll be quiet
Paraguay.
then.
Well, you're certainly welcome to chime in if you have any thoughts on, or
Well, I will, but
stuff
I'll
that he
let you go
says.
ahead
So,
and say hi to him and let him introduce himself.
all right. Welcome, Brandon Paraguay, if I'm saying that right. Or maybe he's still connecting.
How is it
Welcome.
going? How is it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. And you're the only person that's actually got my name right.
Oh, okay. It took
That
me a
is
second
awesome.
to sound it out.
Yeah, you actually got it right there. That's awesome. But I have been working on something that it's really hard for me to make a lot of sense to a lot of people with it.
Okay.
But seeing that I painted this feed and and I'm on the sense where everything kind of happens for a reason. Because
Okay.
I've been on here listening to flat earthers and globers, and I'm a rounder myself. I believe the earth is round,
Okay.
flat out. But I've kind of moved beyond that realm
I saw
of
what you did there. That was pretty good.
understanding. Uh, but right here,
I heard it and I was like trying to listen to it. Well, I'm gonna look much better if you want to get in the door. Go ahead. I said you're back with 2 seconds.
Is there
oh,
a
it's audio.
background conversation there?
Yeah, yeah. There's something going on in the living room. Let me shut the door. Okay, so I've been
So
working
do you have
on a
a
thesis that pertains to literally everything. I have combined both Einstein, Tesla, and Hawking all together. Uh, and I've never
that sounds
studied this stuff
ambitious.
before in my life.
Of course, I mean,
This
Stephen
all
Hawking
started
was
happening.
working fully within Einstein's theory, wasn't he? Or expanding on it and stuff. Like, is there some conflict between
Yeah,
Stephen Hawking and Einstein that I'm not aware of?
not that I'm really aware of. I know that Tesla and Einstein were best friends, and I know that a lot of the stuff that Hawking was working on was based off the relativity, the theory of relativity that
Yeah.
Einstein was working on. So that's where Hawking then proved and then disproved his own theory about black holes, because there's more to it than just that. That's why
Yeah.
he disproved his own theory, because he knew that there was so much more to it than we could ever comprehend. So, but I believe that I've stumbled across something that might actually be possible to be nominated for a Nobel Prize. Okay,
Okay.
I've been trying to figure out people to show it to, but I don't really know who.
All right. Well,
Um,
I could certainly try to give it a shot as far as understanding your points or your discoveries or arguments or whatever.
Yeah, the best thing to do is write a
Everything is
paper
broken down.
with all your methods and conclusions and publish it in a peer-reviewed journal. That's the start.
Oh yeah, that's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm writing everything down as it comes to me, and it all just makes way too much sense. And see, all this started happening to me November 17th, 2023. And I'll tell you exactly how it came to me. It came to me in a dream. Uh, I've never studied this stuff before. I never really got into physics or
Maybe don't put that
quantum
in the title of your
mechanics or
peer-reviewed
anything.
paper.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of great discoveries start with a
All
mental
ideas come from
exercise.
somewhere.
Yeah, they all come from a
Exactly. All
mental
ideas come
exercise.
from
But
somewhere.
why don't you get on with it and tell us what it is? I can't wait to hear.
It is literally the creation of the universe. I can break it down how the only thing that there could ever be in the beginning would be time and space, because time can only measure space by the distance of space. Space's existence is the presence of something, so time would have to exist with it to measure it. Meaning both time and space would be one, meaning infinity. And then the only two things that would exist within space and time would be matter and dark matter, or antimatter. The two things that you would need to collide to create frequencies. So on and so forth. The universe is constantly expanding and compressing simultaneously as we're speaking. If you sit in a silent room and you listen, that's what the ringing is in your ears. You're hearing all possibilities, past, present, and futures colliding at once. When you close your eyes and you see the flashing, you can actually see the flower of life if you pay close enough attention to it. That's the universe coming in and out of existence, all possibilities. That's why we imagine. That's why we're conscious. We're just on the observable plane, observing it as it happens. We're just a possibility within a possibility. It's amazing. Um,
uh, not sure what to say about all that.
yeah,
Um, except
yeah.
maybe good luck with
That's
the
why
peer
we're
review.
literally a particle. We're a particle within the universe.
Well, best of luck with that. I hope to read your paper someday.
Um, yeah, I hope to get it completed in time, because there's so much going on in the world that I'm just going to continue to write it, and even no matter what happens, I'm going to get it shown to everybody, because like what I have been able to show, a lot of people have pointed out that some of the stuff that I'm showing is one of the things that I've got drawn here is Jacob's ladder, and I didn't even know it.
Well, Brandon, is there anything else you'd like to share before I move on to another guest? I got Stephen Sargent in
Oh,
here
that is
requesting.
all.
All
Keep
right,
on
well,
with your
thank you.
beliefs, and just listen to the mind. But love y'all, and I appreciate being up here.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Oh, shoot. I kicked the wrong guy. Sorry about that, Bob. I pressed the wrong button.
That's not a problem. I saw that and I go, what in the hell?
I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. Just fat fingered it. Okay. All
No,
right,
that's
Steven
okay.
Sargent. If you're still game, Bob.
Oh yeah, I'll stay out for a few minutes.
All right, you're always welcome on my live.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Steven Sargent, welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you
Okay.
doing?
Yeah, good. I'm glad you brought this up. I comment on all these flat Earth videos because it just seems so ridiculous to me. Because I've been around the world a number of times, um, and I have observations that these guys cannot answer. And
Yeah.
the first thing that I would direct anybody to who is seriously intellectually curious and not just wanting to take the contrarian viewpoint that the Earth is flat is a website. It's called marinetraffic.com, and you can go to marinetraffic.com, and it will show you the marine routes, the shipping routes from all across the southern hemisphere, from uh, Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile, from Buenos Aires, Argentina to Cape Town, South Africa, from Cape Town to Perth, Australia. They're straight lines, but if you took they're just straight lines across. But if you took the flat Earth map and made the same route, say if you were taking the flat Earth map, making a trip from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile, you would have to sail your ship all the way up the east coast,
Yeah.
the east coast of Asia, over the North Pole and down the west coast of the United States and the west coast of South America. And
Yep.
whereas it's a trip that takes, depending on the ship, it takes 10 to 14 days. That's a trip that would take, I haven't done the calculation, but that trip would take probably 6 weeks.
So this would be starting here, going up the coast of East Asia, down the coast of uh, or the western coast of. This is probably mirrored because I'm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
right. That's the first thing that I thought of when I saw those guys present their map was, dude,
Yeah.
all you got to do is look at some shipping lanes, because one of their arguments is that there are no commercial airline flights from a South American country to, say, South Africa, or from South Africa to Australia. Well, to answer that question is because 90% of the world's population lives in the northern hemisphere.
Of course, I've seen other people point out there actually are commercial airline flights between those cities,
Okay, I
and
hadn't seen it. And a
they're just
couple,
less common.
Well,
yeah,
one of the biggest problems that you run into when you're dealing with ships and planes is they claim that once they're out of sight of land, the planes go supersonic, and I don't know. I guess ships do too. Um,
I have a few personal, just my personal observations from being around the world, as well. If you're in Alaska in June, the sun does not set. If you're if you're on the coast of the Tasmanian Sea at the bottom of Australia, it's not quite as close to the pole, the South Pole, as Alaska is to the North Pole, but the day is 16 hours long. The night is about 4 hours long. Those things could only happen on a globe. Here's another
Yep.
thing that I noticed when I went to Argentina last year. So I live in Georgia. I'm at about the 30, 32, 33 degree north latitude line. The winter sun crosses the southern hemisphere in Georgia. Okay. If I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in their winter time, the sun crosses the northern hemisphere. That's only possible on a globe.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the number of ways you can prove a globe using that kind of logic and observations is just innumerable. But unfortunately, flat earthers seem to struggle with even more basic things than that. So,
yeah.
Well,
Here's
one of the ways that I did it was that I looked at this argument that they had that the planes all went, and the ships, I guess, went supersonic as soon as they got out of sight of land. Is I used the Southern Cross cable network, which are undersea cables. And there are undersea cables that go from Sydney over to New Zealand and Fuji and Hawaii and the west coast of the United States. And the lengths of those cables are known. And as a result of that, we can determine what a great circle distance would be and what a flat Earth distance would be on that map you're looking at there. And the cables are not long enough to cover the flat Earth distance. And it conclusively disproves the idea of a flat Earth.
Well, there you go. Yep. Sure. And another thing too, and they don't recognize this. They excuse this away that this is a myth, but there is an annual yacht race. I think it started in 1996. I have my dates wrong, but there's an annual yacht race around Antarctica. It takes 102 days. It starts in Cape Town, goes down
yeah,
to
I feel like I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's called the Bendy race, I think.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's called the Bendy race, I think.
I've heard of that.
yeah. If the same at the
Yeah, it's
flat,
called the Bendy race, I think.
yeah, I think so. If the same if the same race,
We got some feedback going on.
if the same race were taking place,
I'm not sure what to do here.
Ooh,
Steven Sargent.
So the feedback will
I
stop.
think that's my phone.
Steven Sargent.
I think that's my phone. Okay, I'm gonna hang up. That's my phone.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a good night.
I'm gonna hang up. That's my phone.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a good night. We have another guest requesting Black Knight.
It's interesting in the comments they say even with that evidence that doesn't prove the globe. That's characteristic number 4 of science denial. They simply cannot connect the dots. You know, they don't understand the significance of the findings of the cables or the shipping lanes.
Yeah. You know, before I invite this next guest, Black Knight, if you're willing to stick around for a second, I'd like to mention and I've had this a few times. I'm sure many globe people will relate to this. They call it like moving the goalposts, where flat earthers will basically, you'll disprove one of their claims, and then they won't respond. They'll just like run away, and then they'll come back again later with some random new thing, and it's just an endless thing, this endless cycle until
That's pretty common. The other thing is they'll bring up a point, get thoroughly spanked on it, come back the next day, bring up exactly the same point, as
Yes.
if the answer will be different.
Yes. Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day or something, just like completely resetting every time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Thank you for your patience, Black Knight. I'm inviting him now.
Yo, what's good?
Welcome. How
What's
you
good?
doing?
I just got out of a live with a ton of flirfs in there, and I actually just need to talk to some normal people for a little bit. My brain is out.
That's cool. We can hopefully provide that.
Yes. I know Bob a little bit. I've talked to him before.
Oh yeah, I know Black Knight. He's a good guy.
Thank you. Uh, yeah. Alternatively, instead of moving the goalpost, or I guess you could argue this is also a form of moving the goalpost, they'll just like branch to a whole new thing. So I gave my little talking point on how like because the moon exists, the Earth has to be round, right? Because of like just basic observation of the moon. And they jumped from that to vaccines, and they were giving me just
Oh
like
my
it was
gosh.
basically just like it was like 100 anecdotal logical fallacies, and then
Oh my
one of them
goodness.
was like, "Yeah, I put a magnet on my kid's arm in the same spot he got it, and the magnet stuck there." And I
Oh
was
Oh, I
no.
love that one.
I was like, "I'm sorry, bro, but I can't believe that." Like this is like apparently one of the people in the live, like their cousin or whatever, had a stroke at like 2 weeks after. If that's the case, I'd say correlation, not causation, but I digress. Like
Well, the
that
first
is
thing you
something.
always ask him is, did you report it to Veris? And did you file a claim with the injury fund? And then give them the website to do it, and get the attorney, which is vaccinelaw.com, because it doesn't cost you anything to file the claim, and you can get compensated. It's very easy to sit down and say, oh, I did this, I did that, and an asteroid came out of space, came out of the firmament and hit me on the head. Okay, great. File a claim for it. Show your evidence.
What
Put
I
your
was
stuff
getting
out
at,
there. I'm not interested in your stories.
what I was gonna get at though is like that's actually a thing that could have happened, like potentially, not because of the vaccine, but because of like something else that could have happened. But like a magnet isn't gonna stick to your. And I was like, that's not
Well, the
happening,
honest to
bro. And
God
then they were
truth
like,
is it
you're so
does.
mean.
Black, it actually does. If you get a
Does?
small, light piece of a refrigerator magnet, for example, right after you get the vaccine, there's some fluid on your arm, some tissue fluid that leaks out the hole.
Oh, from like
And
surface
as a
tension.
result, things will stick to your arm. It doesn't have to be a magnet, it can be a piece of paper too.
That
What,
was
what I was,
something
oh,
I
okay,
saw with Witsit. He was mixing up forces, like saying, that it's electrostatics when it's actually gravity or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how they believe in electrostatics and it's like they're God, and then they don't believe that electrons exist.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of interesting because Nikola Tesla also didn't think that electrons existed. I think Tesla's way overrated, but that's my
Tesla
opinion.
didn't think atomic energy would ever turn out to be anything.
Yeah, that too. And he married a pigeon, among other things.
No, he fell in love with a pigeon. I don't think her father gave consent.
Oh.
Ouch.
Oh, so
Well, they like to bring up the fact that Einstein married his cousin or some crap like that. Who cares?
So
I
did
don't care if he was
Darwin.
a really bad person. I mean, his ideas were right.
yeah. I did something pretty interesting the other day though. It's a little funny. I don't know how much you guys know about like star formation or at all.
I'm sure
Actually,
Bob
I
knows a
know
lot
Bob.
more than me.
But have you ever heard of?
Stars form?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe it because I heard it on TikTok now.
Ultimate truth test.
Well, have you guys ever had like a naked juice? Like the brand Naked Juice? Have you guys ever had one of those?
I don't think I have.
You need to try them. They're really nice. But on the back of the strawberry one, it says, like, how many strawberries did we put in this? 22 exclamation, which is like 22 factorial. So there are all these memes. It was like, oh my god, it's a strawberry neutron star. So
Oh my goodness.
so I did some math to see if it would actually be a neutron star.
Oh my
Basically,
goodness.
now I have a 6-page research paper on how it would not actually be a star because it is just not big enough.
That's a little disappointing now.
I know. To be
That's pretty
completely
good.
fair,
You took the average mass of a strawberry, multiplied it by 22 factorial, and came up with a total mass. Was it as
yeah.
big as Jupiter?
I don't think so. It was, I want to say the number was like 2.76 times 10 to the 22nd power.
So about
Like,
so it's a fraction of the size of Earth then.
yeah.
That's really interesting. I like doing stuff like that. Send me a
I mean,
copy of
that's
that,
the
would you?
max.
Of
That's like
course.
the max.
I would
If
love
it
a
was
copy of
compressed
that.
into the size of the jug they were selling, then maybe it would collapse
yeah.
into a tiny black hole.
I did write on the paper, parentheses, I am not using juice bottle as parameters.
I would
Yeah.
say, do not try this at home.
Bob, the only problem with it is that you might have, so it might be a little intelligible. One, because I'm dyslexic. Two, because I wrote it while I was slightly under the influence. Yeah.
I'll have a beer or two and read it. That way there we'll be on the same wavelength.
Actually, speaking with it, I did another one pretty similar. Have you guys ever listened to Oasis?
Not right off the top of my head, no.
They wrote Champagne Supernova.
That's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I know. That's what I did. How many champagne bottles to actually, for it to instantly go supernova, that is.
This is making me think of Randall Monroe with XKCD and What If.
Yeah, I should definitely start a YouTube channel.
You ever heard of Randall Monroe?
No, I have not.
Or XKCD?
When you get ready to do it, let me know. I'll have you on as a guest. And we'll discuss your concepts, which stand a better chance of being than some of the other ones I've heard tonight.
Oh, actually, I was thinking about submitting it to the Young Scientist Journal because they take like papers up until you're like 22, and I was like, well, I might as well.
Why not?
Yeah, hell, it might be might look good on my graduate application for graduate school. Might look good for that.
Yeah, you're published.
No, don't tell them what for.
No, actually, if I were you, I would tell them what's for because I think they'd get a kick out of it.
Okay, that is fair. That is fair.
XKCD is a comic I enjoy a lot. It's made by a guy named Randall Monroe who does a lot of like goofy science, like what you're talking about, Black Knight. Especially he's got a side project called What If? Serious answers to absurd questions. Like here, right at the top.
That once.
What's
seem
that?
to remember that. I seem to remember that in the title of a book.
Yeah, he's got a book.
Silly questions or something.
Yeah, he's got a book called What If. It's got this little like dinosaur on a crane over it.
That is a image of a lifetime.
Let's see. What if Randall Monroe?
Randall von Braun.
Yeah, that's what the book looks like. Serious scientific answers to. Yeah. Yeah, I love his humor. It's hilarious.
I think I'm gonna get a copy of that.
I got that book for Christmas one year and I just devoured it.
I mean, as you should.
Yeah. Let's see what this question is. Could I cool down the Earth by capturing a comet and dropping it in the ocean like an ice cube in a glass of water? No. In fact, it's honestly sort of impressive to find a solution that would actively make the problem worse in so many different ways. Oh boy. He goes it like it's just fun the way he goes into like things with real science on these completely absurd premises.
Bro, what is this book?
For a book, I wish I'd thought of it.
This looks like something I'd write on like a fever dream. Actually, okay, this is kind of funny. Speaking of which, the day of the eclipse, so I do speech and debate, right? So I had a tournament for speaking, and I was very sick the entire, like, it was a 3-hour drive to the tournament. So I did sadly miss the eclipse. However, later that night was the night. So I did it both on a fever dream and with a few drinks. That was the night that I wrote the infamous strawberry star research paper.
Sounds totally fair.
Bob, do you know if like the star in a box simulation is credible at all?
No idea.
Okay.
You talking about a Dyson sphere?
No, I mean, it's a simulation, so you can like simulate like the life of a star. It's called Star in a Box. I used that simulation like in the paper, but I didn't look up to see if it was credible or not because I was both on a fever dream and under the influence. However, as far as I know, it's correct.
Huh.
Like from what I'm examined, it seems like it should be roughly right.
That's a great idea. I really want to see your paper.
If you want, I can go to my computer and I can read it to you.
No, just send it to me. Send me a
Okay.
PDF.
Do you want me to like send it to you on like
DM.
Okay.
Upload it to Dropbox and send me the link in DM or something or other.
Okay.
So this kind of makes me think of a little.
I'll give you my email. You can send it directly to me.
This makes me think of kind of a fun little story from when I was a kid.
I actually,
this
Bob,
was-
do not send me the email. My email is a little weird, and it will probably show up as spam.
All right, gotcha. Just send it to me in a DM.
Continue, Peter.
Peter,
So
I'm
this
sorry
was-
to interrupt.
No problem. This was like years and years before Randall Munroe's comic and his What If book and stuff. But when I was a kid, my family was watching through the original Star Trek series with William Shatner and DeForest Kelley and
Yeah, we know who they were.
yeah. Anyway, there was this
Right.
episode where they were like interacting with these people who were like in a different time scale, like going too fast for them to see. And then a few years later, there was a movie called Clock Stoppers with a similar premise. So it's like this sci-fi premise that kind of, I think, probably started with that Star Trek episode, but like the idea of like people being able to be in a time frame that's like just so fast that everyone else around them seems to be frozen in time. And I was watching this episode as a kid, and there's a scene where like, Captain Kirk at some point gets switched into the faster time frame so that he can interact with these people finally. And he's like trying to use his phaser to like threaten one of them, like, you better tell me what's going on or whatever. And she's like, go ahead, shoot at me. So he pulls the trigger and you see a beam of light travel from the phaser, and it's obviously really slow, and she steps out of the way. And he's like, what? And I'm looking at this as a kid going, wait a second.
Yep.
Wait a second. That tells us if that beam, from his phaser is traveling at light speed, then they just told us how fast this thing is supposed to be. And I think I probably did some like back of the napkin kind of calculations as a kid, like, if light moves at 186,000 miles per second, then it traveled like 10 feet in however many seconds, and I figured out like, oh my gosh, these people would be destroying everything with every movement of their bodies. So
Well,
this
they
this
gave
was
you a hint as to what would happen towards the end of that episode, where the guy just spontaneously bursts into flames because he was moving too fast, as I recall.
Well, I don't remember the full episode, but I did remember that moment. I feel like it should have been happening all along with all of them.
Yeah. Well, the other problem that you run into is even at that higher frame rate, that higher speed, light would still travel at the speed of light. Because even if you were approaching the speed of light, it'd still be traveling at light speed in your frame of reference.
Well, that's assuming that it was like some kind of different rest frame. But if they're standing still and simply perceiving time pass differently, then maybe
Well, maybe.
maybe I don't know. It's just I just remember like that being kind of a moment where the whole science of the episode just sort of came crashing down for me. Like, wait, this doesn't make sense.
My son, I'm so proud of him. He gets online once in a while, and he kind of looks because he knows that I do this conspiracy stuff.
Uh-huh.
He got online, and was kind of watching that. So, the day of the eclipse, he went out and left random piles of clothes all over town.
Oh no.
I thought it was just brilliant.
Oh my gosh.
No
Wait.
offense, man. I know your background, but no offense. But I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Did he like take inspiration from the Left Behind series or whatever?
Yeah, the rapture.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
They were all
Nice.
saying we were going to get raptured on the eclipse, so he just left some random piles of clothes here and
Oh
there.
boy. Just in case it needs to be said, I would hope it doesn't, but I do not subscribe to the Left Behind series formulation of eschatology. That's not how I how I believe things are gonna go down exactly.
Hey, yo, do you guys want to see the most compelling proof of flat Earth?
Sure. Should I put your screen bigger?
Yeah.
All right.
So
Let's see.
as soon as it just sets to my actual background and not.
Is that
You
bigger?
guys-
I don't know if there's another setting I can do to make it bigger.
Oh. Aha. Oh. Is it gonna do it? Hold on. It's save there. Okay. You guys ready for this? Like,
Yep.
there's some shocking, mind-blowing stuff. So this is the Lego Starry Night, and as you can see, there is zero curve in the part where it depicts the planet. It is perfectly flat. Thus, the Earth is flat.
All right, I'm going to change
Wow.
my channel.
Gotta just hang it up and go home now.
Yep.
Oops.
And
I
guess what?
assume no
I
real
don't
flat
care one way
earther.
or the other. I don't care one way or the other. I'm still in existence even on a flat Earth now.
I assume no real flat earther has made that argument, right? You're just goofing around.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just messing around. Although
That's a little more intellectual than most flat Earth arguments are.
My wife was joking around not yesterday, the other day, and she wrote on a whiteboard like, Earth is 5 letters. 5 is a prime number. Prime means 1. If you turn 1 on its side, it's flat.
There's a great question in the chat. I don't know. You guys see it? How many flat earthers have turned back to the globe? I know of at least 5.
I'm just
Well, that's
saying
more than I know.
Yeah,
I'm just
well, I've been
saying-
doing this a long time.
that Nathan and like Fred and their posse make Globers every day. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they are Globers. You know Nathan's a Glober. He's an actor. This is a personality that he developed for YouTube. He's a
Talking about
trained-
Nathan Thompson?
No, Nathan Oakley.
Oh, I was
Nathan's
talking about
Okay.
Nathan.
just an idiot.
Nathan Thompson, the infamous school yeller. I watched that YouTube video. I was actually so proud of the kids he was yelling at, because like they were yelling back and they were like, "Sir, you're crazy." And, "Sir, I think the Earth is round. Right? I was like, how do these literal like 8-year-olds have more critical thinking power?
Oh,
I
boy.
recognize the Earth was a globe without question, using my own intellectual capacity by age 10.
Yeah.
And I did it by watching the liftoff of Apollo 17, because it took almost 40 seconds to clear the horizon from 152 miles. So I realized then that the reason that happened was that the Earth was spherical.
Me personally, and it's why I use it as an example so much. I want to say 4 years old, and it was the moon example that I always give, where it's if the Earth is flat, someone in South America and someone in North America would see 2 different sides of the moon, but the moon's geography doesn't change. But if the moon is flat, then the moon will look different depending on like where it is, right?
Yep.
So I was
Oval
like,
versus round.
yeah, so it has to be around.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Only
believe
shape it can be. I wonder if any of these guys in the peanut gallery want to come up and chat for a while. I could use some entertainment tonight.
Oddly enough,
How
this
about you
picture
guys?
you see behind me is a picture of the moon that I took. I use this in most debates against the against the flat Earth.
Nice.
I say that the moon is either a reflection or the plasma moon. Because I don't see a lot of reflection or plasma going on here. It looks like a lot of craters. I don't know about you guys.
With shadows.
Yeah.
What I like to do is I like to live stream satellites on flat Earth channels in real time,
Oh boy.
and that drives them a bit insane too.
You know, Bob,
That's
I
the
have to.
GPS satellite you're picking up on your phone right now, Sonny. And
You know,
guess
Bob,
what?
I
It's
have to
right
tell
where
you,
NASA said it was.
you've slightly inspired my wife and I to get into amateur astrophotography. My wife started researching like, consumer grade telescopes
C-Star
after
50, S50.
well, we already bought one. I don't know off the top of my head the specifications and stuff because my wife did all the research. She's way better at doing research and shopping than I am.
What kind of
She
telescope did you get? Do you know?
uh
Is it a refractor? Did you have to buy a
Katie, if
mount
you're
for it?
watching, text me and I'll I'll tell Bob what telescope we've got.
I recommend the C-Star 50 for S50 for a lot of new people because it's all in one. It's got the camera, it's got the mount, it's got the telescope, it's got the filters.
Oh, I do know that. So what? And these were options we were considering, but I had a really nice DSLR already. So,
Okay.
the option we ended up going with was like a. Okay, so she just texted Celestron Nexstar 130 SLT.
Oh,
Nice
that's what mine
telescope. It's a nice little refractor telescope or reflector telescope, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
and
then the
we
important thing is
actually
the mount too. You want to get a nice mount for it.
Yeah, don't use the pre-existing mount. I have the exact same one, and like the mount does this weird thing where there's a specific part, I don't know what it's called, but it like breaks off after a little bit, so it will swivel, and
Meridian
it's
flip.
yeah, not a fun time.
Yeah, the Meridian flip's never a fun time.
I wonder if I have the picture of the moon we got. It's very similar to yours, Black Knight, because we did some photography a couple of nights ago.
Make sure you get a batten off mask so you can focus it really well too. That's the slit mask the slit disc that you put in front of the telescope to help you focus.
There's this one telescope, I don't know what it's called, but it's the one that it has that little like iPod, and you can just plug in what you want to look at, and it will automatically.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I have one of those adapters.
Oh.
I have one of those little adapters. It's just a little thing that holds your iPhone over the holds your iPhone over the telescope eyepiece. That looks very nice, man.
We got that with a Canon EOS 3000, I think.
Yep.
Solid.
So the north is on the bottom and the south is on the top. You see a lot of those southern highlands and the mountains there. Those are really nice right there at the Terminator line. You see the Sea of Crisis, the Sea of Fertility, the Sea of Nectar, and the Sea of Tranquility, and a little bit of the Sea of Serenity there. That's a nice picture.
Thanks.
Solid.
We were trying to get
Good
some
solid picture, man.
more deep space stuff last night, but I'm like looking at the pictures. I'm like, I think we got way too much light pollution where we are, so we're gonna have to figure something else out.
Well, if you really like it, consider doing solar because light pollution doesn't matter with solar.
Like solar photography.
Yeah.
Another picture. I don't think I have it right here, but we got a picture of the sun a little bit before we got this picture of the moon. It was not as impressive because it was like there weren't really any features to focus on,
Yeah, it's difficult to focus on the sun. It's surprisingly difficult to get it framed up too.
Yeah, we got it was like 90% in frame for us. Um, I think that our zoom level it was such that we couldn't fit the whole thing in frame, but we got it pretty well centered and got a good picture as far as that goes. And we could even see a couple of sunspots. I wish I had the picture with me,
Well,
but
you got the bug, man.
it's actually my wife mainly. Like I'm obviously interested and I like help her with some of it, but it was just really fun to see how excited she got after she joined your live.
My
Oh,
wife?
my wife says she sent the picture of the sun. Let's see. 1 second here.
She must be working now or something.
Yeah, okay, here we go. That's
Oh,
the
what
picture
do
we
you mean
got.
you didn't get any details? That's beautiful. Look at all
Well,
those
it's
sunspots.
yeah, we got sunspots, but like the grain that we see here is, I think, more noise than actual texture in the photograph.
No, those are granules.
Solar
That's what it looks
granules?
like. Yeah, those are granules in the sun. That's
Well,
what it looks like.
this is contrast enhanced. Like I don't know if
Yeah,
you're sure that's not electromagnetic noise?
I don't think so. Kind of looks like an orange, right? That's what the sun looks like.
Well, I don't know. 1 second. Let me
It's not
try to.
hydrogen alpha, but it's not hydrogen alpha, but yeah, that's what the sun looks like, man.
That's crazy. All
Those
right,
are
I'm gonna zoom
fountains of
in.
plasma coming up, the size of France.
Oh, I
Yeah,
guess you're right. Maybe that isn't electromagnetic noise.
that's better than I get sometimes. That's beautiful. Yeah, those are granules. Those are
Wow, I
fantastic.
they were invisible with the original photograph.
Yeah, you're not supposed to see them on white light filters. Well, you're not going to see them very well, but if you digitally enhance that, you got that nice orange color to it. That almost looks, that's what hydrogen alpha looks like. No, that's a
Nice.
beautiful shot.
Well, thank you. I'm sure my wife would say thank you too.
No, I mean, whoever took that one did a fantastic job with it. And whoever took it and processed it did a
We were
great
working
job.
together on both of these, but my wife is the one who contrast enhanced this.
She did a fine job with that. That is an excellent photograph. She's got some skill.
She does, yeah.
She's got skill. I can't get stuff like that. And I have better equipment.
King Tut 5000 says, "Let's see a pic of the wife." Well, she's a bit camera shy. Although I do have a drawing that I made of her on my wall. I won't give you permission. We got a few people in the live here. She's a bit camera shy. I like to respect that.
That's fine. But she did a fantastic job with that. Tell her I really admire her work. She's gonna go far in this field. She's an astrophotographer, that's for sure. If she can do that with just a white light filter, yeah.
Well, thank you. That's very, very kind of you.
No, she's got some talent, and you've got talent for being able to get that image right there.
Oh, this behind me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you took that one, as I recall. You told me.
Yeah, that actually was before I met my wife. That was in 2019.
Well, she knew that was coming.
Yeah, I with this experiment, this is just like the eye candy from it. I think I mentioned maybe before, but I was using a sextant and a compass as well, and taking numeric measurements every few minutes during the entire time lapse for like what was it, 3 hours or whatever. Actually, before I started my live tonight, I went to the trouble, in case any flat earthers challenged me on it, I went to the trouble of digging up some footage from that. So, I might show it since we don't have any flat earthers requesting at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Bob, I'm gonna send you the paper in a second.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So
I
this
really am
is
interested in that. I'd get a kick out of that. Let me look it over. I'll maybe let me go through the math on it and everything, and I'll send it back to you.
Honestly, there isn't nearly as much math as you think. I used a simulation for most of it.
Well, I'll still go through it and send it back to you with comments.
Thank you, thank you,
But it's your baby, Captain.
thank you. Keep in mind, this is also during a very drunk fever dream. Do take please do not please do not flame me.
I don't flame people. I
Oh,
don't flame people that are actually trying.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
I flame people that are just aggressively ignorant.
All right.
Hey, Global Alliance. Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is actually right over here by me. I got to go stop by and say hi to him someday.
Are these people in the chat right now?
Yep.
Here's...
You got some heavy hitters out in the chat right now.
Nice. Well, welcome everybody.
Yeah.
So this is some more detail about the sunset experiment I did, showing the time lapse here. I had 4 cameras set up simultaneously. I used like a whistle to synchronize them at the beginning and end. And here are my compass and sextant.
Very good.
I think at one point the compass got nudged. You can see that right there. So I had to account for that in my calculations. And I found it at some point and fixed it right there. But then, anyway, the compass data was a little bit dirty, as you can imagine, but the sextant was pretty nice. And
I
then
measured the distance to the sun the other day from the backyard using a sextant.
I think I saw. Did you post that on YouTube? I think I saw that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the kind comments about Fred today. Fred is just aggressively ignorant.
Yes, he is.
And you know, I generally my general tactic with Fred is ignore him.
Real. Yes.
Which really pisses him off.
That seems to be a common theme with dealing with some flat earthers. I've got a few that I'm ignoring too at this point.
I think
yeah, well, what he does is I go into the chat and he starts talking to me and I don't acknowledge him. And that just drives him insane because a lot of them, you know, they really crave the attention. And you know, if you don't give them that attention, it just makes them go insane. And that's what happened with Fred today.
So these are the plotted results of the compass and sextant that I was using on that sunset time lapse.
Well, cool.
This is the scalar speed, like using spherical trig, I think, from these two, basically plotting just the scalar speed of the sun through the sky. I think most of this noise is from the compass. I imagine that the trigonometry would kind of amplify the imprecision. But the sextant really turned out nice here.
What did you do with the sextant?
I was just basically, I mean, I had it leveled, and then this is what it looked like through, looking through the sextant. I had this camera focused on that, and I was just tracking the sun with it all day. Or just not all day.
The altitude of the sun?
Yeah. It was on, I had it put on like a swiveling table, and that's why you can see the compass, like throughout the time lapse, the compass slowly turns.
Okay.
And it's like sitting right next to the sextant. So the whole thing, the whole setup was turning with the sun, like with the sun's azimuth. So that would isolate to be measured by the sextant.
Okay, nice work. Strong work.
Bob, you know how I add the file to our DMs?
You don't. You have to upload it to like Dropbox or something, or you have to wait for me to answer you, and I'll send you my email, and you can just email it to me.
Could I send it to you on Discord?
Yes,
Okay.
I think you can try.
Yeah. My internet's really bad, so let me see how well Discord works. So
Or
the
if it's
area where
uploaded
I'm
anywhere,
living,
send me the link to it.
all right. The area that I'm living at is, so I'm not going to tell you where exactly. It's not in the same town that I go to school at, but basically, the area I'm living, this like building is really old, so the walls are like concrete. So the router is in a area I have no idea where, but it does not get to my room, at least very well.
All right. Well, at least you have cell phone service.
I do have cell phone service. Then again, I do not have my Wi-Fi turned on. I am using.
All right.
Could use a hotspot. Haha.
All right. You know, it's amazing how much good citizen science is done as a result of dealing with these people.
Of course, I wasn't breaking any new ground or anything.
Well, you think I was? We know where the sun is. They didn't need me to measure it, but I could, and I did. I measured the moon during the eclipse.
We got a guest request. First one in a while. Owen, are you a flat earther?
Oh, please be Owen Benjamin. Come on, Big Bear.
Owen says no LOL, so I think that means he's a Glober.
Okay, well, still want him up. You
Well,
can get a bunch of guests up here. You don't need to limit yourself to a couple.
well,
I
it's
did measure.
sometimes my personal preference, just because that way I can better maintain like kind of control over the situation in case any trolls come up.
Okay.
Not that I think any of you guys would misbehave or anything, but I
Jack,
actually
I did measure the distance to the sun, so deal with it. Now you have to sit down and figure out why my measurements are wrong.
so Black Knight, would you mind if I kicked you off and invited Owen up?
How did I measure the moon during the eclipse? That was pretty easy. The eclipse occurred at solar noon at San Antonio, which means it was at the meridian. And then 45 minutes later, it was at Indianapolis. The solar rate is 0.315 degrees faster than the lunar rate for the tracking. And as a result, you could get the apex of the triangle. You form a right triangle with that. You take into account the curve of the Earth. And I was actually able to measure the distance to the moon within a very good accuracy. I think I got 384,000 kilometers. But when I measured the sun, I got 148,100,000 kilometers, and the actual distance to the sun on that day was 150,100,000 kilometers. So I was 1.33 Hail Sagan % off.
What do you mean by Hail Sagan? I saw you saying that in the video, and I was just curious.
Oh, it's kind of a joke in these guys because, like they think we're all satanic. So every time we say 6-6 or 3-3, we always say Hail Sagan.
Is that a reference to Carl Sagan?
Yes.
Okay. So welcome, Owen.
Bob, you should have it.
Hey. I had a question for Bob real quick, or just anybody who can answer. So I'm a Glober and I like debate flat earthers a lot. I wanted to talk about how do we prove atomism and
Atomism?
yes.
You mean the atoms?
Atomism.
Yeah, yeah. I know it sounds kind of dumb, right?
Well, you can show them a picture of one.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the question is the common problem I have with flat earthers is they don't believe any picture of anything.
Well,
So-
that's fine.
To
be honest with
recommend
you,
showing them math, but they don't believe in math either. So.
Owen, to be honest with you, What I generally do, especially when Whitsitt and those guys try and do it, they start talking about relativity. I ask them to name the 3 laws of motion in order and state the universal law of gravity correctly. If they can't do that, they have no business talking to me about modern physics and relativity. So the same thing with flat earthers and atomism. If you want to sit down and talk about the oil drop experiment, first they won't have any understanding of it. Second, I think that was for the electron actually, but they're not capable of understanding the evidence that you could provide. They just don't have the background, and they don't have the insight. So there's nothing that you can do about that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I mean, that's my advice. I don't get into the weeds with things that clearly are over their head, and in some cases over my head.
Mm.
To try and give them a gotcha point.
Yeah,
So if they don't know basic Newtonian motion, what business do they have discussing anything else?
yeah, true. And another question I had is when you guys debate people you often mention Fred and stuff. How do you attack, or not attack, but how do you get to an argument of because they just don't believe anything, right? So
You don't argue with them. You just they're there for attention. If you don't give them the attention, it's kind of like dealing with toddlers. You have to give them structure. You have to give them structure, and you have to control the conversation with them.
yeah, it's very hard to. Sorry.
So here's some advice from someone who does policy debate. What you want to do, and do not do this if you are in a professional debate, speaking from experience, the judge will not be very happy if you bully people around. However, with flat earthers, they have to learn by tough love. They don't learn any other way. So basically, just watch Professor Dave Explains did a debate against Flat Earth Dave. You basically just have to be talk like how he does, and you have to have a sense of command. You can't shrivel up and let them talk over you. You have to dominate the conversation.
Yeah, it's
Once
very
again,
hard
in a professional debate, you will look like an asshole. Do not do that in a professional debate.
The other thing that you have to do is you have to know their script. So spend some time learning their script, because what you do is you sit down and give them their argument for them in advance.
Yeah.
When they're supposed to talk about, this guy will come on and there's this mountain in France called Cantaloupe, and oh, you mean Canigou, which you can see twice a year from 1,000 feet of elevation because the sun is directly behind it and refracting the rays and silhouetting the top 1,000 feet or so of the mountain. Where's the bottom 8,000 feet of the mountain, son? And I mean, these guys, Mount Cantaloupe. No, if you know their argument better than they know their argument, it really it crushes them, and those flat Earth tears get extra salty.
Yeah, and Black Knight, how you had mentioned, how to debate. One of my favorite people to debate is Caleb, right? But it's very hard to debate. It's very hard to debate like that because he only debates in his space, and if you debate like that, it's an instant gone.
Did I ever tell you I caught Caleb outside of his space the other day?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he got real quiet real quick. No, he's still around. He lost his channels for a while because he thought doxing was fun. And then
anti-Semite.
And I think he learned his lesson. But I did run into him on an outside chat the other day, and he got real quiet real quick.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Owen, what you need to know is that those people they're perfect examples of the Dunning-Kruger. They have a massive inflated confidence and a massively inflated ego, right? And the difference is that they don't deserve that because they just went on Google for 40 minutes. You are actually as smart as most people, probably, right? You are a trillion times more intelligent than they are. You have the right to be an egomaniac with them.
Well, here's the
So
thing.
act like it.
Here was the thing with Caleb that was probably one of the crowning pinnacles of my little discussion with him, and that was we were talking about the Haversine equation and how that demonstrates the globe Earth using underwater cables. I think it was, or we were calculating the radius of the Earth or something, and I mentioned the Haversine. He goes, "Oh," then Googled the Haversine, and then told me I was wrong.
Didn't he ask you how to spell it so that he could
Yeah,
Google
he
it
asked me
too?
how to spell it so he could Google it, and then told me that I was wrong. I mean, that was just a classic flat Earth tactic.
Nuh-uh.
And then he got pissed when I laughed at him.
Yeah, you got to remember, all they're doing is using Google. And something that they don't realize about Google is that part that Google highlights when you ask it a question isn't the full answer. Half the time, whenever it highlights, is completely incorrect because they don't have the full thing. Because it's just a robot saying, "Yeah, this is probably the answer." They highlight
Or it
that.
just
They
misunderstands the question entirely sometimes.
Yeah. So 99% of the time, or not 99, it's like 70% of the time, something like that. What your result is if you just Google something, whatever it highlights, which is all that they read, is probably incorrect. So use that against them to your full ability because
Well,
they
the
just
other
like
thing
don't
is
know how to
basic
roll.
math. Basic math is their kryptonite. So his objection to the Haversine formula is that it involved the radius of the Earth. Well, yeah, of course, because in order to find the distance between 2 points, you need to know the radius of the Earth. However, if you know the distance between the 2 points because it's an undersea cable of known length, you can actually calculate the radius from that. You just do it in reverse.
They just don't know how to rearrange stuff.
Yeah, it's just a substitution.
I thought we all learned that in middle school. I guess not.
Well, most of us learned that in middle school, and the other ones became flat earthers.
No, okay. I want to talk about that for a second. So I actually had to give a speech the other day. I went overtime with the speech. It was kind of funny. I was at another forensics tournament. There's this event called oration. It's 10-minute memorized speeches, right? And they have to be like persuasive. I was a filler, so there wasn't enough speakers in that event, and I was just told to walk in with a ballot and hand them the ballot, walk out. I decided to give a speech anyway, just for practice, because I was writing this speech. So I actually went overtime talking about it, but it is very the whole point was about how the American education system is really good at making interesting topics boring. So while you'll go to like, and I use this example a lot because I think it's really good, but you'll go to like a geometry class and you'll be told to like prove these two triangles congruent or like prove this is a triangle. And the regular person will look at that and be like, "Oh, this is stupid. It's obviously a triangle. It's obviously congruent." But they don't understand that the whole point of that is to get you to like think critically about things, right? So they'll look at it like, "Oh, it's obviously a triangle," but they don't see the point. So when they learn about these sorts of things, like the person who sits there because they don't understand the material and they're like, "Well, I'm not going to use it anyway," right? And they fail out of school because they're just under the assumption that they're not ever going to need it, so they never learn about the world. Those people are the people that think the earth is flat.
Yeah.
Despite what Level Devil would disagree with me, and he would say that most of them do have high school educations. I do disagree with that, although I do think Level Devil is a very cool individual. Do not get me.
Well, the problem that you run into with flat earthers is some of them are actually rather intelligent people, and I know that sounds strange coming from me, but they're very good at what they do. They're very good at computer science, or they're very good at motorcycle repair or HVAC or whatever they do. However, what they don't have is the ability to connect the dots when it comes to science. They have no deductive or inductive reasoning skills.
I'm a
And
little
as a
surprised
result
that some
of
of them
that,
could be computer science people with that disability.
well,
But
it's a very limited scope of their ability to do this. They can't see an object falling to the ground and infer from that that means that the Earth must be spherical. Because if there is a force drawing us towards the center of the Earth, an object that is as large as the Earth will collapse into the most efficient shape, which is a sphere. Okay?
Yeah.
They can't make that leap. They can't make that connection. And that's a big problem that they have. You know, like these guys out here, like Son of Africa, that's out in the chat,
Oh,
they simply cannot make these connections. And it frustrates them sometimes, I think. And as a result, they strike out at people.
and don't get me wrong, I am definitely not the social scientist in the family. That would definitely be my dad, who is currently the professor at a very Christian university that I'm not going to mention. And although he is a bit of an asshole, he did do a study on this of how a lot of the flat earthers, like if you look at how well they did in school, they did good in certain areas, but I think it was like 70% of them failed out of, like, if they took a debate class or if they took a geometry class or like anything that required like critical thinking skills, like they failed out of. But they did like decently well in, like, say, like, what would be an example? Like they could do like algebra, right? Because like all you really have to do is know the steps. Like they could do like algebra 1, even a little bit of algebra 2. But once you have to like know the material and understand why it's happening and what exactly is going on, like with all the nooks and crannies, that's the point where they start to drop off.
I might ask to make a distinction here between doing algebra homework and doing actual algebra.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's part of what you're getting at.
Yes, I don't mean like actual algebra.
Well, there's a difference, I think, between doing esoteric equations on a test or on homework and actually being able to sit down and say, okay, well, how would I set up this problem to find the distance to the sun?
There you go.
And it's the ability to actually use the math that's lacking in a lot of flat earthers, I think.
I was homeschooled, so I don't know what this is like in public schools, but one thing that helped me on that front was like doing obviously when I was a kid in school, like having these things they called story problems where they would explain a
Yeah.
scenario verbally, and I had to, figure out how to resolve that into a math problem.
Yes,
You know?
that's the ability to actually use the math. And a
Yeah.
lot of people, I think, lack that ability, and that's one of the reasons I'm just in the process of completing. I think I've got 2 more videos to make, but I've got a big series that I have on instruction on how to use a slide rule. And I think both of you guys are looking at me like kittens right now. Do you even know what slide rules are?
Yes, because I
I know
watched.
what it is. I don't know how to
Okay.
use it.
Yeah, well, I put out like a 22-part series on how to use a slide rule, and a pretty advanced, all the way through basics, from basics through advanced skills on it, solving triangles, doing compound interest, all sorts of things. And the ability to use a slide rule depends on your ability to visualize the mathematics and the numbers and their relationships to each other. And that's a skill that I think a lot of students are missing out on. And when I start teaching math, I think it's going to be a required course.
It sounds like a course I would enjoy, for what it's worth.
It's on one of my YouTube channels called Slide Rules in Mathematics, and the whole series is there.
Yeah, my dad
Honestly,
was, instead of teaching me how to use a slide rule, he was teaching me how to program in machine language and C. He was a big computer geek.
No, I mean, my dad was an engineer and taught me the very basics of a slide rule, how to multiply with it. And then my parents got divorced. I was 8, so I didn't really get any more instruction from that. But I got his slide rule the other day, and I have my grandfather's slide rule.
What did you
So
say your YouTube channel was? It was called on Slide Rules.
slide rules, and mathematics.
Uh, my dad was never a math guy. However, he did teach me how to get someone to like subconsciously admit that they think that their argument is bad, even if they don't necessarily think that their argument's bad.
Is this it right here?
Yes.
Okay,
YouTube channel?
I will subscribe,
Not the subscribe.
and I will. Oh shoot, I'm not signed in. I guess I will subscribe in a few minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, you go to the Boomer Tech playlist, and that's the course in order.
The Boomer Tech playlist. That's good.
I'm low key jealous that you were able to actually watch some of the Apollo launches, Bob. That's just so cool.
I saw Apollo 17 personally. I not only saw the curve of the Earth there, I saw it go into space as the rocket plume widened out, and because the air pressure dropped down, and I made that connection at 10.
Wow, nice. I was born in 1993. I think they were
Yeah, young.
even the space shuttle program was winding down by then, wasn't it?
93? No, I think it went a
Well,
little longer than that.
maybe it was getting a little less press, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
What I remember was like one of the first really cool space news things that I remember was hearing the sounds of Saturn from Cassini. That gave me chills when I was a kid. Like I remember my dad say, like, come listen to this, you know, and like playing the sound, explaining what it was, and playing the sound. I'm like, what is that? That's so weird.
It's a lot of wind, dude. But yeah, I
Well,
saw
it was-
that. Let's see, I saw Apollo 17 go up. You know, of course, I remember all the Apollo programs, you know, all the Apollo missions, except for Apollo 1. I was a bit young then. But by Apollo 8, when they went around the moon and Genesis and everything, I remember watching that on television. That was the first time I saw it in color. But yeah, I saw Apollo 17 launch from 153 miles away. My brother saw Challenger explode, and he was very young at the time. I think he was 7 or 8, and
my wife and I just watched a documentary about that. I didn't know the actor for the kid from A Christmas Story was there in the audience watching that. They interviewed him for the documentary. That was so interesting.
yeah. Well, unfortunately, their parents were there and stuff too.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that like oh shit. Wasn't that
Did you just fall
broadcasted?
off your chair?
No, my phone fell. Oh my god.
I think
My
he fell
phone
off his
is
chair.
plugged
What do
in.
you think, Peter?
My phone is plugged in, right? So it's like suspended on this little bit, and I have this thing on my desk, and it's like pressed
It's
up
okay.
against.
We're gonna say you fell out of your chair.
Okay.
We're gonna use the flat Earth epistemology to just say that.
That's what my senses told me.
Right.
Wasn't that broadcasted to like elementary schools and stuff, like
Yeah.
the law?
Her elementary school.
That must have been a fun time.
Yeah.
It was traumatic for pretty much the whole country, as I understand it.
My roommate and I were in college, and we watched that thing, and we spent the next 3 hours figuring out what happened.
Oh.
And as it turns out, we were right. We figured it. We figured
Nice.
it came from one of the boosters, and you know, we kind of figured out what happened, but we didn't have all the data. But we had a pretty good idea of where the explosion came from.
That was so interesting watching that documentary and all the politics that were behind that. Like the people, like the contractors working on the boosters were warning NASA ahead of time, and they, had a like conference call the morning of that launch to talk about whether they should launch, and the contractors were saying no, and there was just like political pressure, and it was just, oh my goodness, what a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you, they knew it would explode. It's like
Well, they didn't know that it would. They didn't know that it would, but there was a non-zero chance it would. You know,
They
yeah,
it's
knew
kind of
enough to
that
say
morning.
don't launch.
Yeah,
And
this is let's run away and fight another day.
we
yeah,
got Son of Africa requesting to join. Was he a flat earther? I think he was in the
yeah,
comments. Anybody remember?
Yeah, he's a
yeah.
flat earther.
Put him
All
up.
right.
I'll
So
put my
I
boxing
have
glove.
I have a humble request to Black Knight, and
Yeah.
I have to explain why, because I have probably undiagnosed autism, and I just do better with fewer people, and I am
Would you
so
rather I
sorry.
dropped and let Black Knight handle him?
Well, that I'll leave that up to you guys.
You know what? It'll tone my debate skills. I'm down for it.
All
If
right.
All
if
right.
you
Well,
that is, if you want to. Yeah, I'm
all
not gonna
right. Well,
force it.
thank you so much, Bob.
I'm gonna go. I'll go sit in the chat for a while. Black Knight, have at him.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Bob.
much, Bob. Have a good night.
I don't
Good night.
box, but I do have my fencing glove I can put on for this.
Now, Black Knight, I will enforce these rules on you as well, if you don't mind.
No insults. Respect timeouts. Okay. Okay.
Timeouts, I'll reserve those just to talk about the tone of the conversation, like not the issues itself. If I feel like somebody broke one of the rules, then I might time out, that sort of thing. All right, so Son of Africa, welcome. He's on mute. Are you here, Son of Africa?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I keep muting so that there's no feedback.
That's all right. Understandable. So, did you have any questions or topics you wanted to cover here?
Yes, of course. What's the best proof of the globe that you have, or Black Knight?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Uno momento. Yep, that one. We're gonna talk about the moon today, guys. So, if the Earth is flat, someone in North America and someone in South America, if they look at the moon, we all know that the moon's geography is the same no matter where you go. The moon's geography does not change no matter what, all right? So, and that's because we only see one side of the moon. So, if the Earth is flat and the moon is round, that means one person in North America and one person in South America, if they're both looking at the moon, they should see completely different sides of the moon. They should see different features, but that doesn't happen. If the moon is round, then it would only be circular when it's directly overhead. So that means someone in North America, if it's directly over them, they would see the moon as a circle. But someone in South America, they would see it as a completely different shape. If the moon is bowl-shaped, that would mean if you're really far north, really far south, really far east, or really far west, that would mean that you could tell it was a bowl. You would basically see the edge, like see the other edge of the bowl.
Right,
So
right. Yeah,
essentially, the moon can't work on a flat Earth.
right. I hear you, but with what you said, like I wouldn't confirm that the moon is spherical or round. I would say maybe it's a disc or concave. Why do I say so? Because I can't, we both can't confirm the shape of the moon because we can't be there. And the other thing, how we see the moon, if someone is in North America or someone in the is in the South, we see as if you look in the ceiling, right? And then you cross over the floor and you look on the ceiling, you write something, it's going to be upside down. It's going to be actually the other way, opposite direction. You're going to read the word properly, and then when you cross over, the word is going to be upside down.
What do you mean it's going to be upside down? What's going to be upside down?
All right, so if I
I think I
write
know what he means.
moon, if I write moon on my ceiling, and then I walk across the floor, the flat surface, and I look back on the ceiling, I will not be able to read the moon as I write it. It's going to be N-O or M.
Yes, that's my whole point. If the moon is flat, right, then it would change shape.
Well, the moon to me is not flat, so like
So if it
and
so if are you saying the moon's round?
I can't confirm the shape of the moon.
So in that case, I would refer back to my two previous points. If the moon is round, someone in North America or someone in South America, basically, if it is nighttime in two people's areas and they're standing far enough apart, they should see two completely different parts of the moon, but they don't because the moon is tidally locked, so we only see one side of it, and because it's going around a spherical Earth. If the moon is round on a flat Earth, we should see two completely different sides of the moon, and we would see completely different features. Now, some people would also like to posit that the moon is a plasma moon or that the moon is a reflection of the Earth. So what I have behind me is a picture of the moon that I personally took. If you look at this and you try to identify any features with the Earth to try and say that it's a reflection, you can't do that. That's a lot of craters. And if you try and say it's plasma, that's not plasma, that's a lot of craters. So once again, the moon cannot work on a flat Earth, thus it must be round. And that's just base level.
Right. Yeah, but that can work in the both in a flat Earth and a globe. Well, in a globe model, I don't see it properly working, right? And then speaking about the photo that you have behind you, look, if the moon is the object, is a solid, is as a rock, how do I see um, the dark side of it? How can I see through it?
You don't, because it's a rock.
No, the top part of the moon, which is just above your head.
Oh yeah. So this was not a full moon. This is not a picture of the full moon.
It's just in shadow, Son of Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
yeah,
I
but
actually
if you
have a
compare
map of
that,
it on my back wall. If you'd like, I can take it off my back wall and show you. But essentially, depending on where the moon is in relation with the Earth and the sun, the whole reason why we can even see the moon illuminated, right, like as bright as it appears to be, is because the moon is like a whitish gray color, right? So that means when it's getting light from something as bright as the sun, right? That especially without any sort of atmosphere, that means it's going to appear to it'll essentially reflect very well. But because the Earth is in the way, and because the Earth is round, only a certain part of the moon is going to be eliminated. So as you can see with that picture there, right? The Earth is blocking out part of the sun, part of the sun's rays to get to the moon for it to be able to reflect.
right? Yeah, but okay, that's we can say that's during the night, but if it's during the day, that
Yep.
dark side is going to be blue. It's going to be blue, like our atmosphere, how blue it is. Like so, that's why I'm saying that I can see through it. Yeah, exactly like that.
This is not you
Okay.
seeing through the moon. You're making the assumption that the moon is in front of the blue background, but it's not. The blue is in front of the moon because the blue is not opaque. The blue is just atmospheric scattering, which would add to the color of the moon, not block it. It's like
So
if you have you ever looked at something through a candle flame? That's like what our atmosphere is. You know, you see things behind it, but it just adds light. It doesn't subtract light.
yeah, but look. So you're telling me that so I'm trying to understand this properly. But what about the other? It should be dark. It shouldn't be blue. Like it shouldn't be blue
So
when it's a
It's
crescent
it's
or half or something like that.
it's
yeah, so
outside the blue. So the blue is like a flame in front of it. Like if you look through a candle flame at something in the background, it's just going to add the color of the flame to the entire image of what you're seeing behind it. That's exactly not exactly, but it's similar to what's happening with the atmosphere. The entire moon is visible behind the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is simply adding this shade of blue to the entire image of the moon.
um I also think I can respond to what you were saying about seeing the moon during the day. The best way I'd be able to explain that is imagine you have a flashlight and you are shining your light on a thing, right? And you have something that is passing through a part of the light coming from the flashlight, especially if it's a round object. So take like a ball, right? If it's only passing through part way, right, of like the sun's total light, part of the sun's rays are reflecting off of that object, or in this case, the flashlight's rays. Part of the light is reflecting off of that object, but there's still a part of it that isn't completely illuminated. Only part of it's illuminated.
Right, right. But speaking about that, if I've seen, I don't know if I can use, if I can say about that. I've seen a video as something here to bring it up, right? But I've seen a video whereby it speaks about the inverse square law, right? And then a person could actually lead properly using the moonlight, right? So with that, it shouldn't be the moon's light. I don't think is a reflection from the sun's light. The moon produces its own light. That's why the person is able to read from the paper during the night using the moonlight.
I
So what
don't
I
see
would say
how.
to that is that there is absolutely no reason why the reflection of the sun's light onto the moon, right, which is light because the sun produces light, which is then reflected by the moon, which is then passed on to us so we can see the moon illuminated, right? That's why the moon appears to glow like it does. And it seems like it produces light when it's just reflecting light. There's no, it's like if you take a flashlight and you shine it on a mirror, right? Or like how we know snow or something very bright, or even like the moon, which is like a very light gray, how something like that will reflect the light. So like take a
Right,
mirror, take a laser, and then point the laser at the mirror, and the laser will bounce off, right?
right,
This is a
Yeah,
picture
right.
I
I
took, by
hear.
the way. My wife and I took this like last week through our new telescope.
That's a cool picture. What telescope was that?
It was a hold on, I have it right here. It was a Celestron Nexstar 130 SLT.
Oh,
Are those I heard that those telescopes may be programmed. Is that true? Like, do
Oh,
you
come
think
on,
the
you're not
telex?
suggesting that the telescope was
No,
lying to our camera about what it was
no, no,
seeing.
no, no, no. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I
All right, all
apologize.
right.
I apologize. I'm not saying that.
Just checking.
No, 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 no. I'm sorry. I shouldn't bring that up actually. Anyway.
Well,
So,
I
are,
mean,
uh,
if that's not
are
what you were suggesting, I'm certainly, you know, willing to hear what you were trying to say. I just don't like the
uh,
conspiracy theory stuff, like
one
suggesting that
thing
things are lying and stuff.
one thing really quick. Bob the science guy, if you can hear me, uh, look for a DM from someone by the name of like CryptoBite or like Oil Baron Jamie. I sent you the PDF. Moving on.
all right, Peter. The thing why I say that I have a couple of friends on TikTok, right? They have they have cameras like Nikon. They take the same picture as you have. So I'm not saying that your telescope is lying. So like most of the pictures that I see of the moon, they're all like it's the same like the one that you have, and yours is
Yeah,
like really
exactly.
it looks really cool. So I'm not saying like your telescope is lying.
Yeah, we had a Canon EOS 3000 attached to the telescope. That's
Right.
what took
Yep.
this picture.
Okay, but now for the amateur telescopes, right? They I would say that they are correct. But now let's look at what I don't wanna. I'm sorry to change the subject, but with what NASA gives us, right? If they look at the stars, right, which I call them luminaries, is actually different with what the amateurs camera does. Like,
Well, NASA has access to telescopes that can take pictures from space, which rules out atmospheric turbulence and things. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they have such massively higher quality than us. But like, you know, we can still take pictures of stars and stuff. let's see. This moon
That's a cool
photograph.
picture.
This is straight from
That's cool.
Wikipedia. It says taken from Madison, Alabama. Photographed. Oh, it looks like they also had a celestron telescope. Let's see who has the copyright to this. Author is named Gregory H. Rivera. He does not sound like a NASA employee. I mean, he could be, but if he is, he uploaded this as a private citizen. This is not a NASA picture. So if you want us to find a NASA picture,
Right.
NASA dot.
Find the what you call this Sirius, the star.
Oh, yeah, the Sirius star. What about it? Really cool star system,
Yeah.
by the way. It's binary.
Yeah.
Oops. Type in with one hand. Okay, here's the wiki article on the star. Yeah, this is from the Hubble Space Telescope. That's going to be something that would be very challenging to get from the ground.
Now
Although
that's the
that
problem.
does just
Look, I don't want to promote other people in here, right? But from what I've seen from David Shen, like the pictures that he takes for the luminaries, right? They don't look like with what NASA gives us. Just to be honest about it.
Yeah, it's
well,
because
they just look like stars, right?
yeah, NASA's using like imagine like a really special camera. Like they're using a really good camera.
Also, half the time, NASA is taking pictures from like radio spectra or infrared or, things that we don't normally take pictures in, because they're a science organization. They're trying to do science, not always just, photography. That's why astronomy and astrophotography are called different things,
It's like what Bob the Science Guy said. It's like better telescope, get a better image. That's why if you look at like a picture of Pluto from like 20 years ago, it looks different from our more recent pictures of Pluto.
Not to mention our best pictures of Pluto were taken from close range by a probe that literally flew past it, which is going to be utterly impossible to photograph from Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I ask you a question, son of Africa?
Sure.
Why do you think that the Earth is flat?
I don't think that the Earth is flat. I know that the Earth is flat. The first reason is because of water.
So
You
how
mean water
do
doing this?
how does the Earth being flat correlate to what I said earlier about the moon? Like, how does the moon make sense with the Earth being flat?
Yeah, so the moon doesn't make sense to me because with the picture that you have, even the host, the picture that he took, I took a picture after the solar eclipse, right, on the 9th of February, which was just a bit of a crescent, and I could see the entirety of the moon, and it looked like a disc. It didn't look spherical, it looked like a disc with the half part lit and the other was not lit. Yeah.
But you know what Black Knight was saying though is that why, if it's a disc, why is it not sometimes seen from like this angle, for example?
You should see it from a different angle if you're on a different part of the world.
It's always a circle to us, not an oval like this. Why?
Well, it could be concave or convex.
Yeah, I already explained what would happen if it was concave.
It actually doesn't matter what shape it is. If it's close, we should see it from another angle no matter what.
Yeah, that too.
If it's an object in 3D space that is close to us and, we can observe it from multiple distant locations on the Earth, then we should be able to see different angles on whatever shape it is. But we don't. We
now,
always see the exact same face of the moon that is the exact same circular shape, no matter what. I mean, obviously, it's parts of it are in shadow sometimes. If you there's no distortion of that circular shape in the portion we can see ever from
Well,
any location on the
well,
Earth.
well, that answers you. That's an answer to your question, Black Knight, because what Peter explained there, like we see the same face of the moon, right?
Yeah.
No matter where you are. So I can also use the same claim that on a flat Earth we see the same face of the moon. That means the Earth is flat. If it was round, someone in South America and someone in North America would see a different spot on the moon.
No,
But
I think
since
you're
the Earth is flat,
misunderstanding.
So,
You're just talking about seeing it upside down like this,
so
which, like, that's different from seeing, seeing a different angle in 3D space.
it might be good for me to get like a pen and paper and draw it out. I'm not gonna do that though. I'm gonna try and explain this with my hands. So imagine, actually, I have a globe here. I can use this. So we have a globe, right? Say the moon. I'm gonna turn off my background. Hold on. Say the moon is like over here, right? So we have the continents. You would be seeing Africa and Europe. You are now seeing Africa and Europe, right? So if two people look at the moon, right? The moon is over here and it's tidally locked, which means as it spins, we only see that one side, right? And because of the day-night cycle, because of how that works, right? The way that they can see it is they always see the same side of the moon. But, like I had previously said, if the Earth is flat, right? If the moon is a disk, it will change shape as it flies by because it will only be circular when directly overhead. The only way that a moon can work, right, is on a round Earth, and the moon is also round and it spins and it is tidally locked.
I'm sorry, Black Knight. I don't want to use this word, but I think you are assuming the issue is that you are using an assumption to say that the moon should be changing shape. It
I'm
shouldn't
not saying
change
it's
the shape.
changing
It
shape.
shouldn't.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it isn't changing shape. What I'm saying is that it's tidally locked, meaning as it revolves around the Earth, the way that it spins is so we only see that one side of the moon.
Yeah, but
That's what
it
I'm telling you.
doesn't. Yeah, but
But we do
we
only
only
see the
see.
one side of the moon. We've never seen the dark side of the moon. From the Earth, that is.
Well, yeah, but to that I think it can also work in a flat Earth
How?
uh, because we when it's dark, the dark side of the moon, I can't explain it. Like we can't really explain it because with the picture what Peter had, there's no I can't see the moon. Like there's the dark side. There's nothing there. You see that there's
It's in
nothing. So
shadow.
I can't really explain it.
I don't think you know what the dark side of the moon is. We mean the side of the moon that we never see. If the moon is round, right, and I'm on this side, the moon is in the center. These two people are looking up at it. They're seeing two completely different sides of that ball. The dark side of the moon is just the other side of the ball. But, once again, because the moon is round, right, we only see that one side of it.
Yeah, so Black Knight is pointing out there's a difference between the side of the moon that's in shadow, which sometimes is visible from Earth, versus the other side past, like that's opposite from our point of view. That's when the phrase the dark side of the moon refers to that opposite side that's always facing away from
Right.
Earth. It
Okay.
doesn't
Okay.
refer to this literally the side of the moon that is currently dark.
All right. I
Um,
get you.
that's just
So,
because that's a classical phrase.
yeah,
Right. Yeah. Ma host. Can I switch on my camera? I want to show something.
yeah, sure.
Sure. Do I have to enable something for that?
No, just asking for your permission.
Far side
Thank
of the
you.
moon. Correction, far side of the moon. Also, do please say that it relates and it isn't just something random.
So this is the picture that I took. 1 second. I have to click it twice. I think so.
Yeah, that's my bad to people in the chat. I typically use classical terms. I think this is the first time I've ever realized that not everyone would be aware of the term "dark side of the moon." That is my bad.
I was only paying
Now,
half attention, so I didn't catch it myself. I'm trying to set up a demo in Blender here for Son of Africa.
That's fair.
now, if you can see that picture, I took it on the 9th of April, just after the eclipse. Now, you see the other side of the moon, there's no light, but I think you can see that it's clear. There's an object. Like you can see that the moon is solid, but with the picture that you had earlier on, it doesn't show that.
Yeah, because we're seeing like there's different like atmospheric conditions and whatnot. Also, I can't really like see what you're like. I can't see the image very well. Can you like put him in the big box? There's a way to do
I
that.
actually don't know how to do that.
About to thug it out. Yeah, so like an example would be where I currently live. If the moon is not full and I look up at the moon, if the sky is pretty clear, then again, I haven't done a ton of research on this. I might be entirely incorrect. However, you can partially see like the shadow part of the moon. You can also see if you like take a picture of the moon, right? Well, it's not like a full moon. That meaning that part of it is shadowed, right? And you overexpose the image, you can kind of see the shadowed part of the moon. Like
Yeah,
that, like that's my whole point.
right.
That
But
the
this
geography
this
does.
one, I didn't do any field. I didn't expose because I saw someone taking the picture and he was like, I mean, she was like, "Wow, can you see that?" And to me, it was like wild. And I also had to take the picture, and I didn't put any filter. I just zoom in. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can also like partially see it under like certain conditions. Once again, I'm not sure what this is proving. Like how is this relevant to
No,
my point?
no. To me, it's like I don't understand the moon. Like I can't explain it because I see the moon. I think I see through it during the day, right? During the night, and then I took the picture and I can't see through the moon now. So like I can't explain it.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if you can't explain the moon, if you want, I can explain it to you.
This is demoing what Black Knight was talking about earlier about like if you here, let me put this at a. This is an orthographic view now. Like this is basically showing how no matter what shape the moon is, it should be like if you look at it from a different location on Earth, um, you should see a different side of it if it's in close proximity. You know, the only way that we can account for these the actual observations of the moon from Earth is if the moon is very, very far away.
Or my main point being that like the Earth has to be round because you can't see like we don't see the far side of the moon. We like it's impossible to see from Earth. We only see the one side.
Maybe if I like
Yeah, but because you have to place it very far away, you have to assume that it's very, very far away from Earth.
Yep.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
so, but that's kind of more like what a glober would say. Are you admitting that the globe model is accurate when it comes to the moon?
No, admitting that that's what actually a global would say. Just assume that it's very far away. That's the best answer from a global.
But we're not assuming it though. We can mathematically tell, right? We can do math and we can see just how far away it is, like using very basic trigonometry, right?
Now I've
Right.
colored the sphere differently so that we can see on this side it's blue, and then on this side it's red, and from a different location we should see the other side. And that's regardless of how it's, illuminated by a light source. Like if I added a point light here, and changed this to like,
Or like Bob the Science Guy just said in the chat, what we can do is we can bounce a radio off the moon and we can measure the delay.
That means the moon is not is local. That means the moon is local. It's not in space.
What?
That's not what that means.
Okay.
How does that mean the moon is local? A radio signal will pass unimpeded through space across any distance, really.
I'll be right back. Keep going.
This is news. I don't know if this is news. This is new to you, but from what I've researched, right? So the Earth's atmosphere passes the moon, right? So that means the moon is local. If the moon, if NASA says that the Earth's atmosphere passes the moon, so that means the moon is local.
What are you talking about?
Moon doesn't go through our atmosphere, though. No one has ever said that. That's the problem.
Oh, that's what NASA says.
No, they don't.
NASA does not say the moon enters the Earth's atmosphere. If it did that, everyone on Earth would die.
Show me where,
that would be a cataclysm.
No. What it says, the Earth's atmosphere, it passes the moon. Not the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere, but the Earth's atmosphere, it passes the moon.
What are you talking about? What?
Are you? Oh, wait. Hold on. Son of Africa. I maybe understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna ask, and see if I'm correct. Are you saying that, like, basically, if this globe were the Earth, and let's say this little chunk of wood was the moon, NASA is talking about like the Earth rotating this way, and so from an observer on the ground, like the motion of the moon across the sky is the result of Earth's atmosphere. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying like where you placed the moon and the Earth there at that distance, someone can still breathe if someone is in the moon. So you don't need helmet. You don't need any helmet. You don't need any type of protection. You don't have to pass through the Van Allen radiation belt. That's what I mean.
Who says that? The moon is way outside the Van Allen radiation belt. Nobody says that it's inside it, do they?
No, no one says that.
Yeah, but look, I don't know if I have the source now. Let me see if I can pull it up. But it says that the Earth's atmosphere, it passes the moon.
Like the Earth's atmosphere extends past the moon's orbit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Completely wrong. Whoever said that is just completely wrong.
And NASA didn't say it, so don't say that they did.
Maybe it's not NASA, but I read an article that there's new discoveries.
I mean, I suppose if someone was talking about like extremely minute, like very low pressure gas, there is an planetary medium, inside the solar system, um, there might be some few particles of gas that are still, associated with Earth's atmosphere out at the distance of the moon, but like I would be a little surprised if those were detectable because the pressure from the atmosphere would be
That
essentially.
also doesn't mean it's passing through the atmosphere, though.
Yeah, no.
If
Okay,
if
we got
there ever
another guest request. Howard, are you a flat earther? Um, if he is son of Africa, I might ask to like sort of wrap up the discussion we were having.
yeah yeah, I'm gonna actually drop. It's 4:30 a.m. for me, so I'm going to bed now. Thanks for
Oh
having
wow.
me up, host.
Howard
So
says he's not a flat earther, but maybe he has something to add to the conversation anyway. I just like to, I prefer personally to keep the number of guests to, a maximum of one or two. Um, so I guess Howard, maybe were you like thinking of something to say to Son of Africa?
yeah, one thing real quick, Son of Africa, if you're gonna bring up any more points, I would please like you to like combat what I've been saying this whole time.
What
Because
I'll
so
do,
far my argument still stands, and it's been like 10
what
minutes.
yeah, what I'll do is to follow the host. I'll be able to join maybe some other day, but like I have to drop now. Like get some sleep. I'm in Ireland, so time zones. Like
That's fair.
Yeah. Health first. Thanks for joining Son of Africa.
thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Hey, I only had to take like 4 sips. Okay.
Were you doing a drinking game or something?
No, it's just like because if I don't, then I'll say something that I regret. Like the other
Oh,
night,
yeah.
it also isn't like I'll like start screaming or anything. It's just like I'll stop realizing that there are other people like in the chat that might like be slightly discomforted by like my normal like style of speaking.
I
Basically,
actually like to take a very gentle approach toward flat earthers. If I can find one that's not belligerent, which is difficult sometimes, but because I started into this whole thing when one of my friends became flat earth, and like it was my friend's father, and I was friends with the father too. So it was like this whole issue where there was strife in the family, and I was like, guys, stop fighting, like we can do this like friends, and so I've always been I've had a big heart for like peacemaking in this conversation with flat earth stuff. Anyway,
um,
Howard, how are you doing?
No, too bad. I just happen to be outside with our
Who's playing
puppies,
Mech
getting
Warrior
ready for
music? Oh wait,
their
it's
drive.
me. What the heck? So sorry about
Huh?
that, guys. I completely fumbled there. Sorry, you were saying, Howard?
Nope,
Uh-oh, he's got
that's
low
okay. I
bars.
just had a couple of minutes while I was outside, away from the wife with. Oh, poor connection. Lovely. Hang on a second.
I can hear you still.
I'm standing outside of my back porch. I'm losing the Wi-Fi.
no,
No, I
we
was
can
just
hear you.
outside with the dogs for a little bit and not bothering the wife when I come live. So I was just going to comment on the whole moon and the Earth's atmosphere and everything. But you guys already covered there's trace amounts, detectable particles, but no pressure.
Yeah, maybe that was what the article was saying that guy found, I guess.
Yeah, I think there was an archive posting of a paper about it, but there's nothing particularly serious. It was just more of a. I don't think it was LRO because it doesn't really have molecular sensors, but one of the other satellites around the moon was actually picking up some very faint gas traces, and they kind of matched it up to probably um, long past released like hydrogen and helium.
Oh yeah. At that point, gas molecules would almost be in orbit, right? Instead of in the atmosphere per se. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
pretty much.
you could almost make a semantic distinction here where, molecules that are part of the atmosphere would have to be um, like suspended by hydrostatic pressure and not in
Yeah.
orbit, you know?
I
Like,
wouldn't necessarily say it's semantics, though. In debate, we have this term. It's called bright line, and it basically means like it matters enough that we need to bring it up, right? So
hmm.
I wouldn't necessarily say like it's semantics. It definitely does matter.
Well, I was just saying, like, I was sort of imagining a difference that you could, or a distinction that you could try to draw between particles that are suspended by hydrostatic pressure, whose lateral velocity is not enough to technically be in orbit. The gravity would pull them down, but they're suspended by hydrostatic pressure. Um,
Yeah, and there's
versus particles that are actually in orbit around the Earth and not touching other particles.
right, and there's certainly a reason enough to justify that there might be a higher concentration of particles that are in like higher moon orbit, sitting around the top of that gravity well,
Yeah.
and that's probably what was getting detected.
Yeah, Bob the Science Guy points out is it's totally not breathable air.
Yeah, not
Like
unless you
nobody's
breathe
taking off their
hydrogen.
space helmet to detect these particles. Like,
If you're breathing
Gotta
hydrogen
device.
at per cubic centimeter volumes,
Nah, I'm gonna step on the moon one day. I'm gonna take off my helmet. Gonna go. Oh.
right? You would just instantly die.
The next 420 is a moon air.
Oh no.
We're
Oh,
gonna
boy.
start selling jars of moon air. So it's gonna be like, oh yeah, so what'd you bring to 420? I brought this, I brought this. I brought moon air. Check this out.
but your vial just collapsed in on itself. What the heck?
There you go. And I bet flat earthers would not even get that joke. Oh my goodness.
They're probably in the chat scratching their heads right now. They're like, oh.
There have been a couple of times, being in various forum comments, that I've so wanted to be live so I could run through the whole. Okay, so how does? Oh well, you can't have pressure without a container. It's like, okay, so imagine yourself a 1 meter square container, sit on the ground in front of you. The pressure you can measure, the absolute pressure is 14.7 psi right there. Now, take that container and use your imagination and make it 1,000 miles high. Just go ahead and add the sides right there. What do you expect the pressure to be at the top of that? And I've heard everything from like, oh, well, it should be the same pressure because it's in a container. It's like, yeah, no. Now, once we get the whole pressure gradient thing settled out, that if there's mass in the air column, it's going to settle down, and by the various forces, it's going to be higher pressure at the bottom and lower at the top. Then what happens when you start expanding that container sideways? Do the imagination thing again. Start expanding that container sideways in every direction, and every time you add more area, add an equivalent amount of air so that you're just surrounding more air, not trying to like not trying to drag the same volume of air out. So just like moving the side. Now, when you get around to the point where you've gone all the way around the sphere and the sides
Oh, hold
match
on.
up
I'm so
and reach
sorry.
the other side, congratulations. You've got an Earth with an atmosphere.
I'm so sorry. I just have this comment here. Kingsmith, he says they don't want
Oh,
you to think it has a creator. No. No, 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 no. I am a Glober and I am a Christian. That does not make sense.
Yeah.
Almost all Christians are Globers. Flat Earthers are a minority, and almost all Globers are theists of some kind. That makes no sense.
Who's
Why
gonna
would
tell
they?
him that? Like, who's gonna tell him that? I think the statistic from 2017 was 70% of the United States are Christians.
Yeah,
That
and
whole
then if
like
you
my God type thing doesn't work.
and then
I
if you
think that's
include
dropping
other kinds of
significantly.
theism across the globe, like holy, that's gonna that would be
Yeah.
the most epic failure of a conspiracy theory. Like if all the governments of the world and the elite all spent trillions of dollars to lie about the shape of the earth just for that, they would have wasted all their money.
Yeah.
That would be so stupid, such a bad investment because
Even
everyone knows there is a God, or at least, however
thinks
many whatever percentage of the earth is
That's a good
into
point, Bob.
theism.
even if he wants to come on here and like pull like the no true Scotsman fallacy, like "Ooh, they're not the real Christians." I think we can all agree, stupid shit. Like, assume God is real and he is like all just. I don't think he's gonna sit up there like, okay, rapture, time to decide who's gonna go to heaven, who's gonna go to hell. Do you think that the Earth is flat or round?
Right.
I have
Right.
Yeah, and
Like,
that
for
would
longer than I intended to. I'm going to go ahead and drop down and go feed some puppies. You
well,
guys have a
thank you so
great
much
night.
for
I'll
your
be
input,
back on.
Howard. Have a good night.
Absolutely. Yep. Glad to meet you.
I like what Bob points out here. Not much of a can God be hidden by man? Like, really? Yeah. Well, of course, they would say, I suppose, like, oh, well, that's why all these flat earthers are finding out the truth. No.
I'm just gonna say it. A god that can be overshadowed by its own creators is a god not worth worshiping.
That's what Bob just said. I 100% agree. He said, not much of a god if he can be hidden by MSN.
Yeah.
Or I guess that was maybe a typo for man.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, we got somebody requesting Skinny's Limpala. Are you a flat earther, Skinny's Limpala?
Jorge Physics joined. That's like, I want to say my 50th favorite Glober on here.
I might let this guy join Skinny's Limpala.
Yeah, let's see what he said. What he has to say.
Welcome, Skinny's Limpala.
Let me join, man.
Is the Earth flat or round?
I wouldn't believe it's flat nor round. I would believe it's concave and convex. It has different levels to hold different, bowels of water. So I wouldn't really think it's flat or round, man, because it has different levels to it.
So can I assume that you're not just talking about like if you go into a valley between mountains, for example, and say that it's convex because of that? You're talking
Uh,
about on a large scale?
on a pretty much larger scale, because it's different levels to this where we living on. You know what I'm saying? You have higher levels, which are mountains. Then you have lower levels, which is the underground of the earth that we live
Oh.
in. So I mean, as far as it being round as a ball, I wouldn't really consider that. And as far as it being flat, I wouldn't really consider that. So it's many different levels that prove that
I
the
think
conditions of Earth, how it is, how it's formed.
I know what you're talking about,
Uh
right?
huh.
So yes, it does have like texture to it,
Uh huh.
right? What we mean though is like, does it at least vaguely resemble a sphere? Even then, if you were to,
No, I wouldn't vaguely say it resembles a sphere. I wouldn't think we are living on a sphere.
All
And
right, so I actually have very little interest in discussing this more fringe theory. No offense, Skinny's Limpala. Would you like to? I mean, let me ask you this:
uh
do
huh.
you believe the sun ever goes below eye level?
Do I believe the sun goes below? I believe the sun stays within eye level, within the parameters of where you can see. As
Okay,
far as
so
the sun travels is where you can see, especially where you at. So, it stays on the level to where you can see it. You know what I'm saying? And where you can have your own clear evaluation of where's it at. If it's not circling, if it's not going straight, you know what I'm saying? Because it takes its own path too. So,
so
we can't follow it traveling around the world as a ball on a global aspect.
then how do you explain this time lapse that I took?
Okay, that's the time. Well, can you play the time lapse so I can see?
Yeah, so this is the beginning, and I'll just press play here. Now, what I've done here is I've made a composite, like it's overlaying at constant intervals.
Uh-huh.
So this final image that you see of all these like different suns composited, that's I think it's like every 10 frames or something like that in the time lapse.
Uh-huh.
To show you
You count the
basically,
frames. The dots are considered the frames, is what you're telling me.
yeah, of course there are frames in between them, but it's at a constant interval.
Mm-hmm.
And of course my camera's like not evenly exposing everything, but so I took it with two different cameras side by side. One with just totally unfiltered, except I think I put a ultraviolet filter just to protect my camera. But this is
Uh-huh.
normally what we see, and of course there's all kinds of footage out there that flat earthers like to use of the sun looking huge up here and then getting smaller because it gets dimmer. Okay,
Absolutely.
but as you can see here with the camera that was just like a foot away from that, where I put welding glass in front of the camera, it actually starts out almost the same size. And if I had better instruments to do this, it would look the exact same size. The only reason it looks a little bigger here is because the welding glass that I chose did not perfectly block out all of the glare. So it's not evenly exposed even here. It's still a little bit overexposed.
Okay, so I mean, so from your time lapse photo, is that giving a theory of how the sun is traveling around the world? Is that what your theory is based on? Is it
The
going
sun
around
doesn't
regular,
travel around.
or
We're
is it
going
going
around.
around as based on how a clock is based on? Because I feel a clock is based on a theory of the sun, the way a clock is designed before it
Well,
became
what
digital,
what I proved
analog
here,
clock.
what I proved here is that the sun goes below our eye level when it sets. And what that does is it absolutely completely shatters the cosmology invented by Samuel Rowbotham in 1849, which is where modern flat Earth theory came from. The idea that the sun just um, like travels, like in a circle at a constant altitude above a flat Earth.
Uh-huh.
Like Samuel Rowbotham invented that idea, and it is absolutely disproven by a simple observation of sunset. Because the sun never changes size and it never changes speed. It just sinks straight below the horizon. So it goes below our eye level.
And that goes based upon the distance. The further it go, of course, the smaller is gonna
No,
proceed to your
no, what
perception.
you're talking about is, let me see here. What you're talking about would look like this. This is me. I put a camera on the ground on a bridge and
Uh-huh.
I held a flashlight and I walked away from the camera. I did the same technique as with my sunset time lapse, overlaying frames at constant intervals. And you see what's happening here? There's two things. The flashlight is getting smaller and it's slowing down. So notice that I'm only like 1/3 of the way through this video
Uh-huh.
and the sun is the flashlight, quote unquote sun, is already almost at the horizon. And this
Okay,
is
but
just,
you know what I'm not noticing? I haven't noticed the distance in your time lapse photo as you're showing no curvature.
okay, but that's a red
So how
herring
so
here.
how much far must we travel to compensate the curvature of
No,
the Earth to
no.
prove that the Earth
Okay,
is.
Skinny Limpa or Skinny Limpala,
It's
don't.
Slim Pala. It's skinny Slim Pala. Like the car Impala, I just put the S in front of
Okay,
the
Skinny
SL in
Slimpala,
front of the I am.
don't
Thank
change the subject, please.
you. No, I
We were.
won't. Thank you for even keeping me going on. Thank you. I won't change the dynamics of the topic. I won't. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Did you just say that you will or will
I
not
said
change
I
the topic?
won't. I won't change the dynamics of the topic of your story. I said thank you for letting me go on. Thank you for inviting me, but I'm gonna continue to let you speak. I won't change the dynamics of your topic.
So you're not going to try to bring up like curvature while I'm talking about sunset?
Well, I mean, we if I would do is not changing the dynamics, but I'm just giving my opinion along with you. But I would like to let you sit here and educate me more, further educate me. I would like to sit here and watch and listen.
I'm just saying that curvature here is a red herring on this topic. It's a
Okay.
red herring fallacy. That's all. So, I mean, basically, this is what we should see if the sun is at a constant altitude moving away.
Uh-huh.
This is what we actually see. It's completely incompatible. 100% completely incompatible. The sun does not move away from us, and it definitely goes below eye level.
Mm. I'm clearly seeing your picture of perspective, view of how you perceive things, because everyone perceives things different.
Well, this is math, and I can
Mm-hmm.
show you the math. I have it here. I actually, see, I measured with a sextant and compass during this time lapse.
Uh-huh.
This is the view from all 4 cameras that I had set up, right? Same time lapse, and you can see my compass and sextant there.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the numeric plot. Here is the scalar speed. That is a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
That does not match the arctangent function that we should see. If it were a sun traveling horizontally away from us, then that
And
should
and
slope
that's due
something
to the
like,
angle. That's due to that angle right there that you're showing me. The way the that angle of the way the sun is traveling. Because it's traveling on a circle navigating on a global aspect. That's what that perception is, that angle is.
this is the compass and sextant readout. The red line is the sextant, or the
Mm-hmm.
altitude of the sun above the horizon.
From
The
rising
blue
to
line,
setting.
what?
From rising to setting. That's the point that you show me. From the high point to the low point. That's from the rising to the setting point.
No, this time lapse is about 3 hours long, and this red line shows how high it was above the horizon. It started
Mm-hmm.
out at wait, the red is on the right. So it started out at about like 38 degrees above the horizon at 0, minutes in the time lapse.
Uh-huh.
And as it progressed to the 3 hour mark here, it was down to like, 3 degrees above the horizon, and the curve, or the plot is completely straight, meaning that the sun was descending in the sky at a constant rate.
Mm-hmm.
That is completely impossible for an object traveling away from us at a constant altitude. It should follow an arctangent function in this case, but it did not. It followed a linear function.
Okay, in layman terms, because like I said, I'm also being educated. Can you if you can, in a quick dissertation, can you break down that Arctic section of what you said?
The
Of
arctangent? Okay,
uh-huh.
so let me see
Okay,
if I
that's
have a
me. So
diagram.
if I ever hear it again, I will have a clear understanding too. 'Cause like I
Yeah,
said, you
it's also called an inverse tangent. They're trigonometric functions. So if you have, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm
no
gonna try to.
problem, no problem.
Let me just wiki it here. Okay. So now the reason I'm using this here is not because the Earth is a sphere, but because
Mm-hmm.
we see in a celestial sphere. Okay, so if you imagine the center of this circle is our camera lens
Uh-huh.
or our eyeball,
The
you know,
focal
one or
length.
the other,
The focal point
and
length.
the circle is what, like the sky that we see,
Mm-hmm.
right? Everything on the bottom half of the circle would be the Earth below us.
Mm-hmm.
This horizontal line would be our horizon.
Mm-hmm.
The top half of the circle would be the sky, of the sky. So the top would be the zenith here. Now, an
And everything
arctangent,
on that axis right there is what we will be seeing on our level. Right? On the
this
flat
is
level.
this is eye level
Mm-hmm.
right here.
Mm-hmm.
So my sextant was measuring this interior angle of this triangle if this was the sun right here
Mm-hmm.
on the sky from my point of view. Okay, so an arctangent is just a function on like a programming calculator, also
Uh-huh.
known as an inverse tangent. And what it does is it gives you the ratio of this opposite leg of the triangle over the adjacent leg of the triangle. So this, and I can, shoot, I'm trying to see if I have a diagram to explain this. I think this diagram only explains like why the size would follow an arctangent, but it's the same principle. You basically solve for the interior angle. It's plain algebra because the tangent of the angle equals the opposite over the adjacent leg with the right triangle. So if you solve for the interior angle, if one leg is increasing, tangent function on your interior angle here. So basically, if this point were moving horizontally away,
Uh-huh.
then this leg of the triangle should stay the same, and this leg of the triangle should increase at a constant rate.
Okay,
And
so
what
now,
that would
now I'm asking you, if the sun now, from that point that you showed me up top, is moving further away from the earth, then the earth must be rotating on another angle to where it must compensate the same horizon level as the sun of being wherever it's at. And is that correct, right?
well, I'm not entirely sure what you just said. It sounds to me like you're trying to invent a way for it to still work on a flat Earth, right?
No, I'm not even inventing it to work on a flat Earth. I'm even
Or
trying to invent it on a global aspect. Even if the sun is in our atmosphere. I mean, if the sun is in our atmosphere, does it have possibility to travel outside of our atmosphere if it also is going out circumnavigating or whatever? I mean,
so are you asking how it works on a globe?
yeah.
Because I can tell you, the sun is 93 million miles away from our globe, which means that we will see no parallax. Like the sun is basically the rays of light are parallel by the time they reach the Earth. They only differ by half of 1 degree, and so let me just show you on my model globe here. Um, Basically, what that means is the sun rays are always coming from one single direction. So as the
Hmm.
Earth turns like this, a person on the Earth is going to see the sun just make a circle. Or, well, it would go the other. I'm turning it the wrong way. It goes like this. If a person on the Earth, we're observing from their point of view, the sun would just make a circle in the sky, like this, and it would just go at a constant rate around in this circle. Make
Okay.
sense?
So you're saying that the sun out. So the Earth is not spinning into what you're telling me too. So the Earth is not spinning. So the sun is spinning, circumnavigating the
No,
globe.
no. I was telling you what it looks like from a person on the Earth.
Okay, so now
This
can I ask you one question? Is that right there our concept and perception of how the Earth, the planet that we live on, look? Is
this
that yeah that is that global perception of how we are living right now on what we're living on. That's how Earth look, and that's how our planet look.
Well, it's very approximate, like, and it's obviously not to scale. This is a
No, I didn't say the scale, the small scale, but I'm talking about the whole visual scale because art imitates life. So is that how that perception is how what we're living on, right?
well, this is not artwork. This is an educational globe, and everything is drawn using math. But it's only approximate. Like the Earth is not a perfect sphere like this. It differs by a few percentage points that this globe model does not mimic.
What
But it's
what percentage does it not mimic? 199? Like what
no.
percentage?
I
'Cause,
said it. I said it's like less than 1% different than a sphere. So it's an oblate spheroid, and the southern hemisphere is a little fatter, but that's only by like less than 1%. So you can't tell by looking at this distance. You have to measure it with like, I mean, I don't know how they measure that, but
well, see,
it's
yeah,
not
well,
it's not
that's the
visible.
thing. You see what you say? You just said something to make you want to question yourself. How and what technology and what telescope or whatever did you use to really send out the accurate
Well,
measure
the
of
reason
the
that I
Earth
don't know that
from
science is
traveling?
because
How far did the satellite travel to get the full circumference of the global aspect of that? And to also know how long did it take for that satellite to circumnavigate the whole globe from the top to the bottom, because it had to do a gyroscope all the way around it to get map every detail of the globe. You know what I'm saying?
okay, Skinny Slim Paula, you're running faster than any of us can keep up, I think.
Well,
I
I don't want to slow down for you to keep up, but we all here keeping up because you, like I said, you educate me. But I'm just go ahead, continue.
you can't just scatter shot questions like that, and questions hardly even made sense. Like
What
I'm
part
I'm
didn't
showing you
make
a clear
sense?
demonstration of how the sun looks from the globe,
Uh huh.
and and I'm telling you that the deviation from a sphere is not visible to the naked eye from any distance. They measured it some other way. I don't happen to know how they measured that, but I don't care because I'm not skeptical about that.
Well,
If you're skeptic,
why wouldn't you care if
because I know that the Earth is a globe. Okay,
like
so
that? Somewhat similar to that. The Earth is a globe, somewhat similar to that depiction, right or wrong? That's all I just want to know, right or wrong. Does the Earth that you're depicting of somewhat a sphere resembles this image right here? That's all I want to know.
they've I
Yes.
don't understand your question. Like obviously the
A
Earth is gonna
sphere.
be
Is
a
sphere.
sphere,
Is that a
yes.
sphere right there? That's considered a sphere, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they've drawn like political lines and they've labeled it with text. Obviously, you're not going to see that in a photograph. I mean, and like there's clouds, the landforms are different colors. There's all kinds of ways this does not resemble the Earth, but the Earth does match this shape approximately
So why not
to
show the full detail of the Earth so we can all understand the concept of how the
they
Earth looks
have
instead of
Skinny Slim
giving us
Paula, they have.
little depictions of giving us bits and pieces. So I'm saying, does it look like that or does it look?
I'm
You know what
changing
it
up
look like? Can I say one question to you, my brother? You know what the Earth look like more to me than what you're showing me more of? You remember that first little map you showed me? Of the flat earth. Remember that first little picture you showed me of that compass thing?
This?
That's what yeah, that's why you ain't showing that like how you showing that ball. Cause that's what it really looks like.
Are
Cause
you
that's how
implying that I
that's
have
how it
some
really looks
ulterior
like.
motive here? Because
Huh?
that is a. are-
Listen
Oh,
to me. This is actually
wait, what gonna go come on. Now we can go now you can bring me your theory about the sun on how it circumnavigates because that looks
Okay,
like a clock and
okay.
how we
Skinny
really
Slim
live it.
Paula.
Go ahead.
Skinny Slim Paula.
Yes,
Time
my
out.
brother.
Time out.
I'm a
Okay.
time out. Go ahead.
Are you implying that I have some ulterior motive for anything I am doing right now? Because that
You
is a
know,
clear violation of my live rules and I will
no, no,
kick
no,
you.
no, 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 no. You don't have no alternative or alternative motive. No, you don't. Neither do I, and neither do anybody that's up here listening. But we
All
all
right, thank you.
do have. our own perception on how things look, on how we perceive things, on how we accept information that we accept. Everyone has a different teaching. Everyone is taught differently. So this is the thing about this,
I'll be
right?
right back.
You gotta accept everyone idea and thought on certain things to make this planet or what we're living on a better and
You want to
understanding.
know what the Earth
idea.
actually looks like? This is a photograph from.
Please show me, my brother.
This is a photograph from last week.
Yes, sir. Can I see that right there?
Yeah, this is a
And
photograph.
okay, now check this out. That's a photograph. So why is it so dark in the background? And
Because of
with the
exposure.
sun, because of what exposure? So
The camera exposure. Have you ever taken a photograph?
I do video. I do videos and all that. If you want to ever look at my page when you end up pages, look at what I do. I got a lot of followers too. You know, I ain't got
All right, so
20 followers.
look
I
at
got trust me. So
look at my lamp right
I know
here.
what you're talking about, and that's all. I know what you're talking about. But what I'm saying is, right? If that's the globe from a satellite, and it's so dark in the background, and the sun is 93 million miles away, that whole background really supposed to be lit up, because that's what's lighting the whole globe up, because that's what the brightest light source right now. If it's 93 million miles
All
away,
right,
you
slow
can
down because I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I said, if that's a picture you're showing me, right? And I said, why is it so black in the background? You said exposure to what? Well, it would take a lot to expose the sun, and even if the sun, you said
The
the sun
sun
is
is
90.
behind the camera. Like the sun is that way behind the camera.
Okay,
So
so if the
the
sun,
only
check
thing
this
you
out.
would
If the sun is behind the camera, right? How come we don't see no rays or no light shooting from behind the camera projecting, and being that the sun is so bright, because that's where we get our major light source projected from? How come you don't see nothing projecting from the camera
because there's no atmosphere around the camera for the sun to shimmer off of. I don't know what the heck you're expecting.
I'm expecting for that picture right there, right, to not be the accurate picture of what we would base off. And we're all not living on that. And
So in
like
other
I
words, you
said,
have
if
a
we
prejudged
are, check
outcome
this
and
out,
you are
because we people say gravity proves a lot. When you say, okay, if we living on a ball, what's keeping the water not from falling? And you would say gravity. But you know, it's a lot
I
of
don't I don't think I would say gravity to that. I
okay,
mean,
so
yes, gravity is the correct answer, but not if I was communicating to you, because
mhm.
presumably you don't believe in gravity, I would make it
I would
simpler than that. Okay? Can you define the word down? Give me a definition for down.
if I give you a definition for down, it can mean depressed.
No, I mean the
You know what?
direction,
Oh, you want?
okay?
I'm gonna run down some. You say I'm a down. I could probably run down some definitions of down. Maybe
I,
not put it in the curricular term that you
I'm
is
I'm
you
talking
Avoiding the
about
question.
down, like this, the direction.
yeah,
Define down for me.
to fall to
Okay,
not
that's a
be
verb.
to fall, right, to not be in the process of being elevated, to be pushed up, because you with
Let me
being
help
down,
you out.
you have a force that's holding you there to where you can't rise up. So yeah,
All right.
you're being buried. Okay,
All
so
right.
down,
So
like I give you many definitions of that. So what does that mean? So if what's keeping the waters from not falling down, living on a ball and
slow
not even
down,
falling
Skinny
down.
Slim Paula. Slow
Yes, my
down.
brother.
Oh my god.
So it sounds like you agree, right, that down is the direction that things fall, right?
That's right. Of
And
being
that is our
restrained.
definition of down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on the globe, the direction that something would fall is toward the center of the earth, okay? So tell me where in this picture.
It's my downfall. It's your down point, right? That's what you're gonna say. Show me on this globe where's the down point. That's what you're gonna say to me?
Well, let me finish my sentence
Go
because
ahead.
that's not exactly what I was going to say. Maybe
Okay.
you understand, but maybe you don't. I don't know.
I do understand. And
My
I
point
don't
was,
disagree. Go ahead.
let me finish, please. Okay, so I was going to ask for you to show me where on this picture, there would be a definition of down that is like conflicting with toward the center of the earth.
Okay, you want me to show you?
Yeah.
Put your finger on the very top of the ball.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay.
From that point on any axis of those angles, whether it's coming from around to even coming that way, that's your down point. So firm right there, there is no down point. But once you walk off that axis, a point to where you can't hold your balance, you're gonna always fall down. Even at that angle right there, what angle of degree is that? Because you will fall.
All right.
What
So
angle of
Skinny
degree
Slim
being that you
Pala.
get it? Huh?
Skinny Slim Pala. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
remember our definition of down?
That's down right there. That's not
The
up.
direction that things fall, right? So on a globe, things fall toward the center. What would be down right here?
You're falling down right now. Once you stepped off from being on top, on standing firm. You look.
Okay,
What angle are you at right now?
toward the
Ask me.
center.
Show
Toward the
me an
center of
obtuse angle. Show me an obtuse angle. Where's the obtuse angle? What's an obtuse angle? Show me on your finger.
I'm not going to let you run over what I'm saying, okay?
Okay.
It sounds like you're imagining that down would be this way, right?
That's right.
It's
No,
not.
that's not down. That is the form of down. But like I said, once you off of an angle that's not straight, you're gonna always be falling down. Because gravity is not gonna hold you once you start leaning. Once you start declining, you're gonna start falling down.
Okay, I have
Right or
no
wrong,
idea what
my
you're
brother.
saying at this point. Look, at this point on the Earth, down is still toward the center of the Earth, just like it is everywhere else. Okay, so my finger is pointing the direction that down would be right here. And the direction that down would be right here is this way. And the direction that down would be right here is this way.
Okay,
Everyone on the Earth would define down as toward the center because
all right, now check this out. Now point your finger in front of that same angle that you pointed to on your on. Well, all right. I don't know if you got your camera mirrored, but what I'm looking at to my angle that looks like the left side. I'm looking at the left side. So you got your finger pointing down to the left, right? Right. Now
yeah,
check
this is
this.
the left
All right, now
side.
check
Yeah.
this out. That same angle that you pointing at, slide it right to the middle of the globe.
Like this.
Don't you think you still be falling down
Well,
if it was a
here down
ball?
would be
Wait,
this
time out.
way.
Oh, so are you flat or what? Are you flat right there or are you falling the same angle? Which angle are you at right now, my brother? When you point it right there at the middle, which angle you at right now? Are you
Right here,
level?
down would be away from the camera because
Right now.
the camera would be looking straight at the surface right here, and so the center of the sphere would be straight away from the camera.
Okay, so
So
now I'm asking you, what level of complexity, right? If that's where, if that's another point of land, that's another point of a continent.
this is
Which way?
cloud. This is
So
just
different
cloud.
cloud beyond the cloud. Let's wipe out the cloud. Let's move the cloud away because behind every cloud
All
is a
right. Well,
dead
this is
line
a
in the storm.
photograph, so I would have to find
Okay.
one from a different day.
Now you see what you're doing now? You're basing your theory off of a photographic imagery that's not even real, right? This
Who
is
says
what
it's not real?
because it's not real.
Who
It's
says?
a photographic imagery. And you said the sun is in back of the camera, but it's dark. It's
Okay, when
dark
you
in
take a
back of
photograph with your camera, and
man. I
if
would never
somebody's
get
told you that's photographic imagery, that's not real, what would you
check this
say?
out. If I was to take a picture right now of a ball in front of a ball, you would get that same perception. But check this out. If I were to take that picture now with my light on it, you're gonna see the main focal of the light compensated on the ball, and everything in the background would be dark. So that's, you know what I'm saying. So this is what I'm trying to say, and you would still see the concept of the light shining out, however you do it. So
There's a hot spot right here on the ocean under the clouds.
so we're what hot spot is that? And is that water
It's
that?
faint because the ocean water is very choppy and stuff, and there are clouds obscuring it, but there's a faint hot spot right here.
Oh,
Skinny
okay, can I
Slim
ask you one
Papa.
question? Can I ask you one question now? Now, check this out, right? Listen to me. Listen to me. On
We've
that,
been listening to you
listen
for
to
the
me, cause no,
past
no,
half an hour.
I don't want. I just want to ask you one question, right? On that perception right now that we are looking at the globe, right?
Okay.
Can I ask you one question, please? On that perception that the globe is looking at us now, If you was to take yourself now, right, turn yourself and face the camera, which angle would you be balanced on?
Skinny Slim
Would
Papa,
you be would
check
you be
this
would you
out.
be standing vertical or would you be standing horizontal,
You'd be
looking
in
down?
space, floating with no
Oh my!
gravity and no sense of
I'm
up or
not
down.
talking about in space, my brother. I'm talking about on that space and time, on whatever continent that is right there. That you
Oh,
see
right
them dark
here?
spots. Those are no them dark spots beyond the cloud. That dark that green land right there. That's a continent. And to your right here, to your upper east, that's a continent. That ain't no
Yeah.
cloud. Them dark, that's a continent. So if you was
This is the
living right
US.
there, yeah, all right. If you was living right there, will I be standing vertical or will I be standing horizontal?
You'd
And
be
I'm talking.
standing this way with your feet pointed toward the center of the earth.
I'd be looking down, right? I would be looking down because that's the angle that we're on that
What are you
globe,
talking
right?
about looking down?
I won't be walking parallel. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That debunks
Your
right there
feet
that the
would be
earth is.
oriented toward the center because that would be your definition of down. That's the direction things fall, right? So everyone's feet point toward the center when they're standing on the surface of the earth.
I
Wherever
guess
they
you
are,
know what it
they're
is. We're both being ignorant to because I'm being submissive to what you're saying,
No,
and the
you're
funny
not.
thing is, right?
No, you haven't.
I'm making no. You know the thing is, I'm making a point, and being that
No,
you're
you
probably
haven't.
you know you're
Talk for the
probably
past 10
you
minutes and
probably
you
wouldn't
said
expect me
nothing.
to make the certain points that I make, but we both making points, and this is what it make us both cool. But we both have our vision on what we view, how we live in, how we view the world on. So I'm not getting mad at you, and don't get mad at me, because I would just say we probably both been fooled and bamboozled and been miseducated, but maybe one has not to. Because check this out, the way you guys
Oh
right
my
now,
god.
with the way you talking to me, right? I can clearly understand you guys go to school. And what you're talking and you keeping up with my comments and you letting me enjoy because I'm making a valid point at certain things. Because if I wasn't, I would have been kicked off. You guys would have been like,
well,
forget
no,
this
you're
guy. He
the
really
reason I'm
sounds
keeping you
ignorant,
is
but
because the reason
I'm
I'm
making
keeping
it
you is
somewhat of
because
a
you're
point.
mostly following my rules, not because you've made a
Thank you.
valid point.
Thank you. And I no, and that's making you see what you said? That's not make in order for me to follow your rules, I must make a valid point. You see how you try to make
No.
I'm making a valid point. That's why I'm following the rules and the
No,
No, you're
no,
guidelines. So
not.
that's making a valid point, my brother.
my rules are just right here. Right?
Uh-huh.
These rules right here. Be willing to listen, no
I'm
accusations,
listening
no
all the
insults,
time.
respect timeouts. You have mostly been following these, not enough,
Thank
like,
you. And I'm gonna
so
continue to do
that does
that.
not have anything to do with the merit or lack thereof in your arguments or your points, okay? That just means you're mostly behaving like a human being.
Thank you. And that's what
That
and especially if it's something that's making sense, of course you're supposed to
nothing you've
articulate
said made
yourself
sense,
like
I'm
that.
sorry. I
Okay, you
have to
see
be
that now?
honest.
See now you just violated one of the guidelines that you said.
Well,
You
no,
see,
no, I
you
don't
because you
mean
just
it
said
as an
I never
insult.
said you didn't. You insulted me because you said nothing I said makes sense, and I never
I
insulted
don't
you
mean it
with
as an
anything.
Not an
insult. I'm
Because
sorry.
insult.
I can say the same thing. Nothing you're showing me or nothing you're saying to me really makes sense because I'm making more sense than you. You know what I'm saying? But
Skinny Slim Papa.
you're clearly
Skinny.
saying I'm not making sense, and I never even went there
Skinny.
with you. So you violating your guideline.
Skinny.
What guideline was that you said? What
Skinny
Listen,
guideline
Slim
was that?
Papa.
Yes, sir,
Let,
my
let,
brother.
let me just say one thing. And
Yes,
this is
sir.
not an insult, but you've been talking for the past like 30 minutes, and you've actually said so little by saying so much. Him saying that your arguments don't make sense is not an insult. He's just saying that your arguments don't work. He's not attacking you specifically.
yeah,
He's attacking your arguments.
yeah,
So
and
what makes it? So what makes
Say
your
listen,
what makes your arguments work? Because being that you're the host and you're saying right, you're clearly defining and you're clearly supporting that we live on a globe from the
because I've
information
measured it
that
myself.
listen. Okay, you're okay. This is what I'm saying. You're using technology. You're using resources, and I'm just a guy that's sitting up here that's going with you and disagreeing that I don't believe it's flat or round. You know what I'm saying? I can't find that statement relevant. So if you're saying I'm not clearly making a point, I wouldn't be up here that long. But
So,
what you're showing me, right, to make your point verified is because you're showing
all right,
information. You're showing
time out for a
pictures.
second.
Go
Time
ahead,
out,
go
Skinny
ahead.
Slim Pop. Time out.
Okay.
You said a few minutes ago that I broke my own rule. Okay, now because you said that,
Mm-hmm.
please let me apologize if what I said was insulting. I did not mean it that way.
Thank you.
Truly.
Thank you.
What I need to do, though, is find some way to tell you that still nothing you've said made sense to me.
Okay.
No point you've said or made was sounded coherent or valid to me. I don't mean that as an insult. I do respect my own rules. And I saw Dead Horse in the comments saying that he got me or whatever. No. Okay, I try to follow my
What
own
did he
rules.
mean by that? I got you. What did he mean by that?
I think because you said that I broke my own rules. Okay.
Well, I don't want nobody to say that because I really don't get up here, but I found your content very, you know what I'm saying, interesting. You know what I'm saying? That's why I joined. So,
Thank you.
I like to speak about a topic like this. And like I said, I know the rules and the guidelines, so it's nothing against going against you or anything. So, if anybody felt that, if I did make a valid point, please correct me. And if you made valid points, do the same thing. Correct the host right here. You know what I'm saying? Because it's his show. He's hosting it. And I'm not, you know what I'm saying? No one, like I told you before, I'm not coming up in here to try to change the dynamics. And I really do appreciate y'all guys for even vibing with me, you know what I'm saying, this long. And you know what I'm saying, that we making points. So like I said, I really do still want to, it's room for improvement in education. So you're sitting here educating me and I'm taking that. Whether your content is right or wrong, and I would like you to reiterate the same favor, which was me. So, you know what I'm saying? We have our own point of views. And if this is what this show is based on, if you can't, you know what I'm saying, the thing is, you got to be able to give what you receive. And
You
I
want to
know
see
it's
the
regulations.
technology that I used to measure the globe?
Please show me, my brother, please.
This right here, the
Shit,
sextant.
wow. This is listen. This is things that I meant into. You see, I'm staying here that long, and you keeping me guys here. I like this type of conversation and talk. You
So
know what I'm
this is
saying?
the eyepiece,
Yes, sir.
and it reflects right here through these mirrors and measures an angle, and you can read the measurement right here. This is what I used to measure
Okay.
the sunset right here. I used cameras, but I was not relying on the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
I was relying on this.
That's more
The
accurate.
sun. What?
That's more accurate.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot more accurate.
Mhm.
This is actually like, I mean, they make better ones than this, but this is already like almost scientific level precision.
It reminds me of the things the guys use when they sitting there doing construction work when they got it on the tripod.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
it there. It
And
has
check this
similarities
out,
to it.
right? And when they use that, they're not using that right to measure curvature. Cause they can't never
They
build
can though.
structure, and the length of those goals is the length, but those not
Actually, I
used
did have somebody on my live a few weeks ago that
uh-huh.
said they do use that to measure curvature sometimes. Like if they're building a giant warehouse, for example, and they have to pour concrete across like multiple square miles, they absolutely have to measure the curvature in order to pour that concrete correctly.
Mm.
And that was a professional from the business telling me that.
But I never heard and I never seen light or lasers bend. And I don't know if light or
You've
lasers
never seen a laser bend?
I never seen I never seen a laser bend on a perspective of what is it designed to measure. So if I never because I never seen it. I probably got to look at it if you know what I'm saying. If they got lasers because I got to look at it. I really do. So don't get me
I mean,
wrong.
all you got to do to bend a laser is shine it through a glass of water, you know?
I mean, how is that bending off of the balance of the surface that is compensating? I mean, so even if you know what I'm saying, if we on a steps, or you know what I'm saying, it's not based off of curvature. It's just based off of elevation. You know what I'm saying, the higher you go, because it only you know what I'm saying able to
Yeah, because
calculate the verticalness.
what is
That's what lasers is based off of.
so what is the point that you're making?
No, I mean, I was just, just saying. I said, I said that what you're showing me is reminds me of the tools that those guys use when they laying down construction. I know when they laying down construction, in order for them to lay down a flat foundation, that the lasers and the balance that they use is is based off a certain vertical. I mean balance. I mean a level balance. You know what I'm saying? Not based off nothing really curvature. And if they do was define a curvature and dent, they would never compensate the building to be curved. They will always compensate the building to be structured as a, straight up.
Do you understand that level is a relative term?
Mm-hmm. You saying is
So it's
a relevant term. Levels is a relevant
not
term.
relevant. I said relative.
Relative to okay, relative term.
Yes.
It's based off of relativity, right?
No.
So what is
Just
relative?
relative as in um like I have two thumb drives here, and one is relatively big compared to the other. You see that?
Uh-huh. But
That's the word relative that I'm using right now. Level is a relative term. Just like the word taller or bigger, they're both relative.
they both are the same structure, just different in mass. That what I'm saying, that holds more energy. But it's still based off. It's still the same. Now that taller one, is it tall because of the extra keychain that it holds, or is it tall because of the extra hard drive that it holds compared to the other one?
Uh,
If you
I
say
was just trying to
relativity,
illustrate the
I'm like,
the
well, yeah,
the
well, I'm like,
concept of
I like to, I like to, understand things too. So, when it comes to those terms, I'm saying, even if it's based off of relativity, is that relativity based off of the value of what the mass of which one holds more? If you know what I'm saying, showing me relativity. You know what I'm saying?
I was saying what I'm saying is that the word level is relative in the same sense that like the word taller or bigger or nicer, those are all relative terms. Something can be
So are you being
um
those? Are you being nicer? Are you being informed in those relative terms right now to what we're talking about? I mean, it kind of seems so, and it kind of seems like you're getting agitated, like damn, So are you being relative to those terms right there? I mean, it
I
must
don't
be.
even I don't even know what you're saying. I'm sorry.
How could you not? How could you not be relative to what I'm saying? You just said relative defines being nicer, kinder, taller,
I try to be
rougher.
kind and nice.
Oh,
I
that's,
mean,
so
I'm
that's,
sure you
that's what
could
I'm
find
saying. So,
somebody.
so you're being relative to me being indulging into your conversation still, because I'm making somewhat of a point. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just
I
talking.
don't know what point you're making.
Oh boy. Okay, then
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
not being. Then
I
you're not
can't
being
understand
relative.
you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. See, I'm not saying I understand what point you're making. I'm not going against your point that you're making. We're both sitting here clearly trying to make a point. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, we both will fail because you want to make sure to your viewers, you know what I'm saying, you're right because this is your show, and I'm not looking like you said, looking to change the dynamic.
Somebody just said, "Host, you don't have to be nice to these people."
No,
Well,
well,
I
no,
think
you really don't.
actually,
I'm not because that's if I'm not being. That's if the
actually,
person that you.
I have
Yeah,
to
that's if the
say,
person you're indulging is not being nice too. So other than that, we
I
having a
have to
manly
say,
conversation.
Jesus would disagree. He says we have to be nice to everyone.
Well,
So,
thank you for being
I
with
try to
that.
follow
Yeah,
Jesus.
you know why they say
Um,
that? Because they probably couldn't sit here and keep this conversation going as long as we did. Especially, you know what I'm saying, if they looking at the
yeah,
name or hearing who
I
it's
won't
coming from.
speculate on why they said that. Maybe, maybe
No,
they had
yeah.
their reasons. I don't know, but I'm
But
just saying that
why would they say
um,
that? Because no one sit. I'm not negative. You're not saying nothing negative. We're both be so why wouldn't you want to feel that way? So why would they want to say that?
I do know one reason why they say it, and that is that it is frustrating for a lot of people to be in conversations like this or to witness conversations like this where it seems like you you interrupt me a lot and talk a lot, and it seems like you have difficulty following the point that I'm making, and then when you make a point, you have difficulty making it in a way that is easy for others to follow.
Well, the
So
funny
there's a
thing
lot of
is,
reasons why it's frustrating, and so a lot of people would react to that frustration by being unkind to you.
all
I
right,
am
now let me
doing
ask
my
you one
best.
question. How much of the conversations are you really paying attention to more than paying attention to me? Because I'm not really looking at the conversations. I'm more listening to you.
I
'Cause
only glance from time to time.
all
Most of the
right, now
time, my
cool,
attention is
man.
laser focused on you, and it
But I can
is
understand clearly the last person that you had up here was kindly talking and doing the same thing. I mean, because you know what it is? We're straying off the topic at hand of what we was really talking about. Now, we
a
sit
lot of
here
times.
talking
Yeah.
about a debate. So now, right, in order to keep the audience tuned in, let's get back and finish educating me, my brother. What the
All right.
hell, man? Fuck,
Thank you.
man.
So the concept of
Yes.
level. Okay. Do you
Okay.
remember our discussion of the word down?
Yes.
How down is also relative because it means toward the center.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be fair, we defined down as the direction that things fall. Okay, but I'm saying on a globe model, that direction is toward the center. So if it's toward the center, that is a relative concept because it's going to depend on where you are on the sphere. If you're up here, then down is going to be this way. But if you're down here, down. I just used the word down, but that meaning was not correct.
What?
If you're
So
over
which
here,
angle you using it as, man?
if you're over this way,
uh,
then down would be this way. That's why everyone's feet are oriented toward the center because that's the direction that down is. That's the direction things fall, and that's why water on the globe forms a sphere because it's relative to the direction that things fall. That's why water, finds its level, as flat earthers say. It falls downward. It
okay,
falls the same direction that everything else falls.
right, can I
And
ask you
that,
one question, not to cut you off, being that you said that now, right? This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I like to deal with things that I see and deal with on a daily basis. Now you're saying gravity. Gravity is all around us. Gravity is what's keeping the waters from falling, even though we're on a tilt. You know what I'm saying?
now,
So,
I haven't mentioned gravity by name in a while. I'm
mm.
just pointing that out. I wasn't using that term just now.
Well, I just want to say, what would happen if you open that top and pour that same water on the same
Well,
angle as well?
obviously, here it would fall out of my bottle.
But why?
Because right now, that's the direction that the center of the earth is from where I am.
But why isn't gravity keeping the force of the water, pushing it back in, keeping it from spilling? Why is it not keeping it on the like?
Because since
Why
the
is it?
bottom doesn't have.
Why isn't the gravity right keeping that water that's in that bottle? Listen to what I'm going to say. Why isn't it? Because it's gravity. If you pour that bottle to the side, check this out. Why isn't gravity keeping that water in that bottle on a gyroscope the way it's not supposed to fall out? If that's what the
Yeah.
water, if that's what we live, if how it is based on the global aspect, because that's what people say. Because when you say all right, we living on a ball like they
Okay,
show you.
I'm sorry, you totally lost me. I don't know what you're saying
I,
anymore.
I, I know
I
what
just
he's.
said if we living on a global or on a sphere, like you said, and you know what I'm saying, we have continents under us. To the left of us on all different angles, and the way the sphere you just showed us, the way the water is on all different angles, and you got the water that's just like that, right? So now, if what's keeping the waters from not overflowing and flooding that continent right here, that's on the bottom to your left, that one. How come the waters is
Because
not
this is farther
overflowing
from
now?
the center.
But it's not on the.
It's
Listen now. Check this out. Is that
God.
map depiction on a parallel level? Is it on a plane level? What angle is that on? Because like this is say if we want to be educated, I want to be educated myself because we've been so fooled. It is not to throw off the topic because we've been taught that globe through centuries, through the educational system. That's been our whole focal point of what we lived on, and that been based off of
Okay, but
how the sun looks and shaped and how the moon shaped and looked, and that's what the earth was shaped on many years ago. That's what they say. You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
but
That's what we look for.
what was your
Right.
question though
I just
about this
said,
landform?
if you would take your cup right now, right, and it's pouring on that same angle, and let's see if the water going to stay in your
Well,
cup.
obviously it's not. This isn't the real
Why?
Earth.
But
It's too
gravity is
small.
holding. Gravity is what's holding the waters from not overflowing,
Gravity
right?
does not apply to a schoolroom globe. Like it does, but it's so
But
minute you can't
it
measure it.
applies on a global aspect of how water. That's what I'm trying to say. If
Okay.
we're on a curve, if we
What?
how much far do you must have traveled to compensate the curvature of the globe of the
Okay.
globe? How
I
far do you
I don't
travel?
think you I
And
don't
if
think
the
you
globe is on a
understand how
curvature,
gravity
Skinny
works.
Skinny
water does
Slapala,
not
please let
curve.
Black Knight talk. Maybe he's got something to
Go
help
ahead,
us.
Black Knight. Go ahead.
Yes, I don't think you know how gravity works. So why does when you tilt the water bottle sideways, right, out of the bottle and towards the earth? Because the way that we can measure the force of gravity, that being the force of gravity is equivalent to the gravitational constant times the first mass, that would be the center, or not the center, that would be the earth, times the second mass, that would be the mass of the water bottle, divided
This is
by the
gonna go over
distance.
his head.
You know why it's going way over my head? Because,
Basically,
like I told you
the
before, go
oh my
ahead.
god,
Go
the
ahead.
object with the more mass has more gravitational force than an object with a small mass. So the Earth is really big. It has a lot of mass, so it has a lot of force, right? A water bottle is really small and it doesn't have a lot of mass, so there isn't a lot of force. So the Earth's force is stronger than the force of the water bottle, so the water spills towards the Earth and doesn't stay in the water bottle.
All right, what force is that? Is that force of pressure?
It's
Is
force of
that
gravity.
force of resistant pressure? Because
No, it's
you,
just
you
gravity.
know what
Force
gravity
of
would be to
gravity.
me? Gravity would be a force. Because being that you say it went way over my head. Because check this out. You like I told you before. You guys are. I'm looking at your setup. I'm looking at you, and it's not nothing to stereotype nobody, but I can tell the background that you guys come from. You know what I'm saying? You guys are in school, just you know what I'm saying, what you going for. So, you know, you should
I'll
like
give
I
you one
said,
guess where I went to school.
I probably wouldn't guess, but I guarantee you you're going to a nice school, both of y'all. And like when
Well, I
someone
thought it
says
was
what they
nice, but it
said,
wasn't. I didn't go to. I
okay,
was
well, just
homeschooled.
from what you did, just from the way you're talking, from
I was
your
homeschooled.
vocabulary, from your vocabulary.
All right.
Right? From the way you articulate your words, y'all words, the way you know the grammar that y'all speaking.
You're saying that we seem educated,
Yeah,
right?
well, if I were to say to you and you were to say to me, educated does not come from a form of book, so don't be miseducated. So don't think because you know what I'm saying, you're going to a highly paid school and you're educated. No. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of fools out here that make more than, you know what I'm saying, people that's educated and don't have the same, you know what I'm saying, supports it. But like I was saying before, but what I was saying when it comes to gravity, gravity is just a resistance force of something that's pushing back. So anything that's falling, you know what I'm saying, and it keeps it from falling is resistance. So it must be coming from an outside force if that's what I'm trying to say, if we're living on a global aspect.
No. No, you don't know what gravity is.
Gravity gravity is not keeping us floating. So, like I said, if gravity is all around us and it's coming on a big scale, why wouldn't gravity affect anything on a smaller scale? If it's
It
affecting
does.
things on a big, so this is why I asked you,
It does. It's
how
not as
come if we take a cup of water and pour it over, how come the resistance of gravity is not keeping that water inside that cup, but is gravity keeping it?
because the Earth's force is bigger than the cup's force. It
No,
has more force.
you disagree with what I say.
I
You
already
just sat
told
here and
you.
agreed and said gravity. If gravity can affect things on a bigger scale, of course it can manipulate and affect things on a
Can
smaller scale.
manipulate on a
Okay,
smaller
but you
scale, but
now
the
you're
Earth has
saying no,
more
it
force.
All
can't.
right,
But
Skinny
then
Slim
you just
Paw,
said,
Skinny Slim Paw, you're kind of
Um,
you're
yes, my
kind
brother.
of you're kind of riding the line of breaking my first rule.
No,
Be
I wish we
willing
could
to
read these
listen.
comments.
okay.
You're doing it. I can tell that you're trying, okay, and that's why I
No,
haven't kicked
trying,
you
trying to
or
fail.
Okay. I'm
you
gonna.
just
Oh,
you do a lot of shouting over people. That's one of the reasons why everybody's, there's been people frustrated and why um
Are you
you
really
know
that multitasking where you paying attention to me and reading all the content? That's like you that much of an Android
holy
wizard?
shit!
Because I'm not really reading the content. I'm just asking you that question. Are you really multitasking that fast, or you
no,
just
don't
are you just
deflect.
basing yourself on a
You're
certain
shouting over
certain
me
comment
literally
that fits
right
you?
now, okay? You are shouting over me right now, or you were a second ago. So you're just showing that that I was correct.
Oh,
You gotta calm down and let people speak sometimes and finish their sentence. Not just like once you get an idea, like launch off of that and start talking again. You know, people take turns, okay, and that's it's difficult to have a conversation when somebody shouts down a lot. So,
you're right about
um,
that. You're right
If you'd
about
like,
that.
I can continue making
All
my
right,
point.
I'm gonna pay. Can I pay now? Can I? I'm gonna sit back and pay more attention to you guys. I'm sorry.
thank you.
I'm gonna pay more
I
attention.
appreciate
Thank you.
that. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna sit back and listen now.
So this candle has mass. Mass is basically its weight. This pencil has mass, right? Now, objects with more mass exhibit, or all objects that have mass, right? They all have mass. This mass exhibits a force. This candle has more mass than this pencil. So, the candle's force is stronger than the pencil's force. It's very small, immeasurably small. Or I shouldn't say immeasurably. It is so incredibly small that it basically doesn't matter. So if I sit this candle down and I set this pencil down, even though there is a force attracting this pencil and this candle to each other, more specifically, this pencil to the candle, right? If I set it down, because the force is so small, they're going to be stationary. However, the Earth is a lot bigger than both of these things. It has a lot of mass and exhibits a lot of force.
It's like
So,
trillions and trillions of tons. It's a mind-blowing amount of
Infinite.
mass.
Infinite. It's
mind-blowing.
infinite.
No, it's not infinite, but it has a lot of force.
Wait a
When
minute. This,
when I
Thank God
drop
it's
my
not
pencil,
infinite.
go ahead.
that means if I drop my pencil is basically being pulled towards the earth because the earth is exerting a force onto this pencil. Basically, it would be like the earth in a way that we can't see is grabbing the pencil and pulling it towards it, right? But and this candle's trying to do the same thing, but the candle isn't as strong as the earth is. And it's the same way with your water. Well, the bottle is trying to keep the water inside of the bottle because the bottle does exert a force. The earth is a lot stronger than the bottle is.
The Earth force or the Earth
The,
Earth
the,
what?
the earth's force is a lot stronger than the bottle's force.
The Earth. So all right. So is that the force that's emitted from the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so if the Earth, if you're saying the Earth, the force that's emitted from the Earth, then that's a force that's something that's going to be magnetized, going to keep something held in.
Yeah.
It's not it's, all right. Then so
It is. It keeps us on the earth. It keeps the water on the earth. That's why
It's
things
why
fall.
things fall.
okay,
Did we just say the
keep?
same thing at
All
the
right,
same time?
what? All right, let me ask you from from your perspective, because we all this is what I'm dealing with perspective. What would keep water contained and keep water at its bay?
It is
Because
also affected by the Earth.
you didn't answer my question, my brother. We all right. You're right. It's affected by the earth, and I just asked you, what keeps water contained?
So
What keeps? Let me keep it fast. What keeps water contained? What keeps water in the form or the shape? Because water is formless and shapeless. It only compensates of what is in. So what keeps water at its bed?
The force of gravity exerted by the Earth.
Okay, so if you were to take your water right now and pour it on a flat table, what's going to happen?
It's going to spread around.
Until
fall
it's
out of the
what?
bottle, then hit the
I know. I said if you take the
table.
water and pour it on a flat table, what's going to happen?
Going to spread across the flat table.
And do what?
It's gonna
It's going to
form.
spill.
It's going to do one or two things, right? Because like I said, water takes its form of what is either on or what is in, especially if it's balanced. So now, if you pour it on a flat table and it's the precise amount of water, that water is going to compensate the level of where it's at. And as long as that level is balanced, it's going to stay there. It's going to find its point to where it's going to spread out to where it's going to stay there as long as it's balanced. But if it's off balance, it's going to leak. Right? Now that's on a flat plane. But as long as that flat plane is level. But now if you take that same amount of water and pour it into a ditch, a cup, or whatever, it's gonna hold that form and keep that form. So that's when I said to you, right? The earth is not round and is not flat. It has levels.
Okay, slow down.
Like cups. So
let us have a turn, please.
Because I'm making a valid point. That's
not why. It's because you haven't let us have a turn to speak for like 5 minutes.
You can't replace that.
No, because you take so long to say.
We just have to have a chance to talk.
now talk without using gravity on. No, go ahead. Use your gravity term. Go ahead.
All right,
talk.
listen. Okay, listen. You see how this water is, finding its level, as flat earthers like to say, right? It's making a level surface in my water bottle. The reason it does that is because things fall, okay? If there was a part of it that was higher, that part would fall until it was level. So the level surface is defined by the direction that things fall, and it is perpendicular to that direction. So this is the direction things fall. The surface is perpendicular. Make sense?
You know what it makes sense on? It makes sense on what is being contained in.
No,
that's what it
makes
sense. That's why it makes sense.
Slim Paula, wait, please. I was not done. I was asking you a yes or no question to make sure you were still.
I just said it makes sense on what is contained in. That's what I said.
So you agree that level is defined as perpendicular to the direction that things fall, right? So it's perpendicular to down.
Yes, and yes.
All right. So what surface is perpendicular to the direction toward a center of a sphere?
What surface is perpendicular to the center of a sphere? Okay, you got my head boggling.
It's the surface of the sphere. The surface of the sphere is perpendicular to any line that you can draw toward the center.
Okay, now, can I answer one question? Is being at the surface of the sphere, does that define what angle the surface of the sphere is? Because everything deals with angles too.
Yes, it's all defined by being perpendicular to that line to the center. So the reason that the Earth is a sphere is because that's the surface formed perpendicular to the direction things fall toward the center.
All right, so being that thing that is perpendicular, so if I was to dig a hole that's on a 80 or 90 degree level, where would the water find its perpendicular place to settle?
I don't know what you're asking. I'm sorry.
You don't know what I'm at. You saying perpendicular, being that everything is You said perpendicular, and you know what I'm saying. That's the way the waters is being held, being that the way the world is perpendicular, right? So I just asked you on that note, being that things is perpendicular. I just still said
Okay.
whichever place you put water in, whichever you scale the hole is based on a dealt, whatever is perpendicular, whatever, the water is going to find its settlement point, the way it's
Okay.
comfortable at.
It's the
So it's
the
not going to
settlement
find
point
it's not
is
going to find no point the way it's on a perpendicular angle. You know what I'm saying? It
it's
ain't going to settle
perpendicular to
on
down.
side.
It
So which
Okay.
forms a
angle is
surface.
perpendicular? Ain't perpendicular an angle, right or wrong?
It
Okay.
forms
Huh?
a surface
Peter.
I
perpendicular
ask you
to
a question.
down.
It's perpendicular an angle, right?
It's a surface.
Is it an
Perpendicular
angle?
is a
You ever heard of
surface.
a perpendicular angle? Is it perpendicular angle, right or wrong?
That is not a thing that exists.
Why would it?
Peter.
Perpendicular angle? Why does
You
it? Well, he probably changed it
perpendicular
because
is not a type of angle. Peter,
wow, you never
let
heard
me
of
let me try
it.
and explain this to him. In the
I
I'm going to do
never
this in the
heard of that.
simplest
You
way
never heard of the
possible
perpendicular angle?
because it doesn't exist.
So what?
Something can be perpendicular in relation to another thing. There is no type of perpendicular angle. The angle that results
Why
from
isn't
something
it?
being
Why isn't it?
perpendicular.
You said perpendicular is what? What is perpendicular? Maybe.
Perpendicular is a set of lines in relation to each other. They produce an angle
Okay,
that
so
will be
so
90
so
degrees.
on so on that set of terms, you can have perpendicular angles that's on the same course set of lines, just not just different. On the same perpendicular angles, you just come on, man. What are you
See,
Okay.
talking about,
Slim
brother?
Paula, I can
Crazy.
hear you almost being out of breath from
I'm
shouting
not
us
being out
down.
of breath because what I'm
I
saying, you
heard
saying
you
there's no
gasp
such
for
thing as
breath between words
perpendicular
because
angle. No, you're right
I heard
about
you
that.
gasp for breath between words because you're shouting us down.
Okay. Slim Paula. I'm gonna explain this to you in the simplest way I can possibly think of. So remember how these two things have mass, right?
Objects are perpendicular if their intersection forms right angles at the point of intersection called a foot.
All right, you heard what he said. That's perpendicular angle. I just had to go into Google's and it said it. Okay, and then okay, and then that's what it is. Go do
It
it
said the
yourself.
same thing Black Knight was going to
Okay,
say if
but
you'd let him speak.
go ahead, Black Knight.
Okay, so once again, these two things have mass, right? Do you remember how the candle has more gravity than the pencil?
On what level?
On a very small level. These things don't have a lot of gravity, but they do have gravity, right? The Earth, as oh, there he goes.
I didn't do that.
I did not do that. I did not do that. Although if I had the
All
ability,
right. You know, I probably should call it quits for tonight anyway. You've been
yeah,
a real good
that
sport, Black Knight. Thank you.
I tried so hard. I tried so hard.
We got a guest request. I'm so sorry, Pilot Kirk. I might have to call it quits for tonight.
No,
I've
you can thug it out. Be thuggin'. You can do it.
no, I gotta be I gotta be responsible. I've already gone twice as long as I meant to.
Who cares about responsibility?
Well, you
That
seem younger than me. Maybe it's because I'm getting old. I have to.
that was
I when I it hits me harder than it used to. Let me put it that way.
no, okay. Not like the every like 20 seconds. The but think about this. Or the but what about this? No, it's like that.
Boy.
What's that one movie? The Labyrinth. But if you look at it this way,
Oh boy. Uh well, this was fun. Let me follow you because I think
that was an hour-long conversation, and nothing got done. That entire conversation.
well
That is an hour of my life I will never get back. I just want everyone to know that.
I'm sorry if you feel like the time was wasted. I hope you know that you can feel like your time is well spent, but I feel like it was I mean, even if we didn't make any change in Slim Paula's mindset or beliefs, um, I think that there was progress made at least in like establishing some kind of a non-threatening rapport with him and any other flat earther that was watching us try to be kind to him. I would hope so.
Yeah.
And as well, there may have been people watching in the live who might have been, on the fence or might have learned to be more confident in their views on the globe, or maybe we even got some flat earthers who were watching to, question some things. You never know. But to me, the biggest win is establishing that non-threatening rapport and being able to talk about these things to some degree without people trolling.
That's fair. I mean, once again, I do like policy debate. That normally extends into just straight up bullying. Or not like bullying, but like there is a sense of you have to convey that you are superior to your opponent. So I
Yeah,
was
I
very
don't like
surprised
conversations
that
like that. If people try to do that on my live, I kick them.
to be completely fair, it's also in a way that like you have to convene that your idea is superior, right? Because like it's a
Okay, yeah,
debate.
that's a fair distinction. Yeah, that happens all the time. You're right.
Although like a way of doing that is saying that like your opponent doesn't know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah, it's
It
a delicate balance, and I don't know that I've always struck it correctly, but
I mean you have to do it in a way where you can explain to like to like a neutral body that your opponent is incompetent, but that doesn't mean that they're stupid. Like that doesn't like subtract from their worth as a human being. They just don't understand
yeah.
very much about this thing. And like that's not like a bad thing. I don't know very much about like the like plastic engineering, right? I don't know very much
Mhm.
about that. But at the same time, it doesn't make me an idiot.
Yeah, I
Some
tell people on my live all the time, there is no shame in being ignorant about something.
yeah.
I admitted ignorance one time when somebody asked me what analemma was. And I was like, well, I don't know. Let me look it up. And it took me 30 seconds. And then I was like, oh, I already know that concept. So I explained what it was. Um, but like, I didn't know the word. And that was something I didn't know. So I was like, all right. No shame in admitting that in myself if I don't know something. And I don't think there should be shame on anyone else. The only thing is if they pretend to know, or if they try to like, yeah, and this is something we run into all the time with flat earthers, is them, acting like they know something that they don't, projecting that over that false confidence, and even sometimes mocking people who do know the real answer, and it's just ugly then. And yeah,
Policy debate though is a bit different. It's almost like I have to call it pre law because you're literally doing it as if you are in a courtroom and you have to advocate for a certain thing. Like you have to fully advocate for your idea,
oh
right?
yeah,
And if you ever admit ignorance to like any like part of it, you're like, "Oh, I don't know very much about that part." Like you're basically just saying you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you have to like do it in a way where it sounds like you know what you're talking about, and you can't like be a total bully. You can't
yeah.
be like, "My opponent is an idiot," right? But you
That
have to
sounds
be like,
like a really different ball game than what we're playing here.
yeah, because this is like a conversation. This is like they
Yeah.
used to call them penny universities. That's what coffee shops used to be, because like all the professors used to like hang out in there and they used to like talk to each other, right? And anyone could like come into the coffee shop and they would listen in. That's how like poor people who couldn't afford to go to university would get their education, like back in like the 1600s and stuff, or
That
in
is
like
actually
some.
kind of cool.
I highly recommend googling penny universities. That's what they would call them. But like
That's pretty cool.
that's like having like a conversation, like you and me, like and
Yeah.
some Paula like being up here and like talking. It's not
Yeah.
like it some degree we have to like convey that our ideas are superior, but in debate it's more extreme to say the least.
By
Uh
the way, this is totally random and off subject, but I happened to see somewhat long after somebody asked to see a picture of my wife. She texted me saying that it was okay with her to show the drawing at least. So if anybody is still curious, I could show my uh let's see. kind of off topic, I know. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
That's
Very nice.
that's my drawing of her.
Very good. Very good. I'm not very good at drawing.
That is the love of my life right there.
Very nice. One thing though, like in future reference, is like at some point you, and it's not necessarily like being mean to do so, but at some point you do have to tell yourself that, hey, we've been going at this for like 30 minutes now and we've gotten nowhere.
Yeah.
Like at that point, like you kind of have to kick the person. It's not like in a sense of like you're being a
Right.
dick.
It's just measuring the worth of your time. I get it.
It's just like why would I go up to some random guy to shout like say lemon and then he says lime back for half an hour?
And that is something I can learn to do better with, is like keeping track of my time and the value of it and everything. That's something that's a weak point of mine. I'll admit that. Finkeldorf, yes, I did draw the picture that I showed of my wife.
Because and it's no offense to Slim Paula or anything, but it was clear that he just simply couldn't understand like some of the things that we were talking about. And that's not
right, like Bob
certain...
was saying, the characteristic number 4 of science denial is, poor deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
100% on display there. Although, I was at least able to get a little bit farther through some of my arguments with him than with some of the stuff. Wait, can the host answer? Answer what?
Oh, he's been asking that for like 5 minutes. It's like, how far can you see if you're 2 feet above the water?
Oh.
I don't know what he means by that. Is it like observer height is 2 feet? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, here's one thing that I've heard Bob the Science Guy point out, and this is totally true. There's a difference between, like, if you're standing on a sphere, there's a difference between, like, the distance between you and where your line of sight forms a tangent on the sphere, like, so that you can't see past that point on the surface of the sphere, versus, something else that's farther away but tall enough to appear past that curvature.
Yeah.
That's a very important difference. So there's no limit technically to how far away something can be if it's tall enough to, like, loom up over your horizon, right?
So, King Smith, I now understand the question. So if you're 2 feet above the water, so I have an observer height of roughly like 5 feet, right? I'm very short, so I have decent eyesight too. I can see for around 3 miles with that observer height, plus the 2 feet. Off the top of my head, 3.5 miles. I'm not doing any sort of math here. This is also like something like to see it completely, right? You can still see things beyond like that path, right? You just won't see them in completion, right?
So actually, I have an equation here that I can use. If the question is, like I said, how far until your line of sight forms a tangent, then this would be the math you would use. So basically, you would be trying to find, and I did this a while ago, so I'm trying to refresh my memory. Basically, if A1, yeah, okay, so I did this the other way around. You'd have to solve for a different variable than I gave here.
Yeah.
And given A1, altitude 1, and the distance between two objects, so you'd have to solve it for the other way around. But this would be the type of math you would do.
Yeah, it's trigonometry. It's nothing too fancy. Like,
Yeah.
people, like, you should have learned it if you went to high school. But you should
There's
So
probably online calculators. I've heard flat earthers trying to use those and stuff, and they sometimes come up with correct numbers. So, if
the
a flat
problem
earther has an opinion about a number there, it might not be totally wrong.
the problem is though is that they use earthcalculator.com, and the answer that it comes up with isn't necessarily wrong, but the number that it plugs in for the observer height is 0. And there's a problem because, and I'll give you an example. Mike Guyver once asked me, this is my first flat earth debate ever. He said, can I see a boat if I'm sitting in a kayak, right? And I'm in a lake that is 5 miles long. Can I see the other boat 5 miles across? Another person sitting in a kayak. I said yes. He pulled up his flat earth calculator and he said no, they should be obstructed by I think it was 8 feet. What he wasn't taking into consideration though is that the number that was giving him, the observer height it was plugging in was 0. So when I was not under the influence and I did the math later, I was like, no, I should still be able to see him a decent amount, right? But what I noticed is that the closer that I moved the observer height to 0, right, the closer it got to the answer that he got. So I was like,
yeah.
Whatever
Well, he was
calculator.
probably using that stupid 8 inches per mile squared formula.
No, he wasn't. It's a website. It's called earthcalculator.net or earthcalculator.com, something like that.
But they do quote that formula constantly, and probably that website uses the same formula or something.
He also just doesn't know what it means, because what you're calculating.
Yeah, that's true.
Basically, what he was trying to find out is what is visible, right?
Right.
So he said that it was obstructed by 8 feet. Problem: you have an observer height, right?
Yeah.
And you don't think an observer height of 5 feet makes all that difference. But what you have to realize is what an angle looks like over a distance, right? So you can have an angle of 1 degree, but go 500 miles, right? And that's a massive distance for the short leg of that right triangle, right?
Yeah. In fact, this picture of the Earth that I was showing to one of the guys that was on here, I can't remember. It was that picture of the Earth has a field of view of half of 1 degree. Which is mind blowing, because the camera is 1 million miles away from the Earth. So, half of 1 degree at that distance covers a field of view of about, 8,000 miles.
It is insane.
So, yeah.
And honestly, and a lot of people didn't pay super well if you can't tell, I'm a big fan of geometry and trigonometry. But I think people definitely take those classes in high school for granted.
Oh, I 100% agree. I love geometry and trigonometry.
Mainly because people look at them oh, the triangle is so stupid. They don't understand though, that's not the point. The point is to teach you to think critically about things, right?
Yeah.
So the feedback loop that I have.
Oh my gosh, we got another. I'm so sorry. We got another person commenting that they lie about the Earth to hide God's creation. Come on, guys. Come on.
Makes sense. That's the only thing I have to say.
Come on. That is just not true. That argument makes no sense. None.
I'm out of my drink.
I am a Christian. And the Earth is a globe. Okay? And the majority of the world's population are theists and globers. Okay? So if that was, learn biblical cosmology. How about you learn the concept of phenomenological language? All right? Then tell me what how you think biblical cosmology is flat Earth.
Also,
I don't know scripture. I've only read it 13 times cover to cover. Thanks a lot.
Also, you have to understand that a lot of scripture is so the way that the Bible was created were Christians on the run who were like, how do we get like one book that basically has the message? So they took like the Torah and they took a couple other works and they took like the writings of like John and they like compiled it into one book. It doesn't have everything and it leaves a lot out, right? And you have to remember a lot of like the stories that it has in there, like the old Jewish stories, are just like folk tales. Like they're not necessarily going to be 100% true. A lot of them are tall tales. A good example of this would be
Well, I
King
do take the
Solomon.
Bible as the inspired word of God.
Oh yeah,
So
I just mean there's just
I
a lot.
wouldn't call them tall tales or anything, like unless you're talking about the Talmud or something.
I just mean
Um,
like there are a few bits in there in particular that are like folk tales, like Samson, for example. Like he's the example of like a folk hero. Like I have a book on my bookshelf, like
yeah,
the
but I believe that Samson was a historical figure and that the narrative in
really
Judges, or is it? Yeah, in Judges about him is historically accurate.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like at the same time, like he's a folk hero, you know? Like I have a book on my shelf. It's called The
Okay.
Saga of Volsungs, right? One of the main heroes in there is Sigurd Volsung. He was like a Viking hero and he conquered Gotland and he did all these things and he had a really cool sword. Like all that is true, right? But like he at the same time is a folk hero. So there's
Okay,
going
so
to be
you're
a
saying
lot of
that's like the genre, basically.
yeah, there's gonna be a lot of like like I'm not saying like he didn't exist or like a lot of his deeds like didn't happen, but at the same time, Sigurd Volsung didn't get his sword from Odin, right? Not to say that Samson didn't get his strength from God. What I'm saying here is like a lot of things in there aren't gonna be 100%. A better example would be King Solomon's bathtub, right? How basically they calculated, I think it was like something like 10 feet in
Oh yeah, yeah,
diameter.
yeah. 10 cubits from brim to brim, but a circumference of 30 cubits. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they
So
didn't care about the precision. You know,
yeah,
what that wasn't the point.
yeah.
Is
But
that kind of what you're saying?
what I'm saying is like when you do the math on that, you calculate pi to be like 3.0. That's
Yeah,
pretty close, but it's not like entirely correct. Like
yeah.
what I'm
It's
saying
well,
is, like, a lot of
it's
this is
correct, but it's not like precise. It's
yeah.
just the precision is not important.
Yeah, it's like saying like once again, like the earth is a sphere, that is correct. At the same time, the earth has texture.
Yeah. So, Bible Matrix, you asked me what firmament went. So the Hebrew word is rakia, and it's the meaning is to spread something out. You know, so it's basically a noun form of that action. So firmament is not actually a correct translation. The word firmament comes from Latin firmamentum, which comes from the Latin Vulgate translation of the Bible, which was influenced by the Greek Septuagint, which used the word stereoma, which was in turn influenced by Greek cosmology. The Hebrew word rakia just means something that you spread out. Okay? So the best English word for it is expanse, like they use in the ESV or other modern translations. It's not a hard substance.
You um what was I gonna say? Oh
Sorry
yeah,
if I derailed your train of thought.
no, it's all right. I do it to myself. Um, yeah. Once again, though, even if it did, say like the whole like firmament thing, and it was in the context that they think it is, it doesn't necessarily matter if that particular part is true or false. It doesn't subtract from like God itself. Like I personally do consider that to be more in like the folk hero thing. It's gonna be true, but it's not gonna like be like every nook and cranny of the truth. Like it's a
Do you mind if
very
I ask, are you a Christian?
no. Although I do delve heavily into all mythologies, and that also does encompass like the Jewish mythology and all the.
I didn't mean that in like any kind of disrespectful way, like asking that.
I know. I'm trying to get some water out of this. It's like I've I've been having a delicate balance between my drink and my water.
Yes.
And it's just like ice. I'm trying so hard.
I'm sorry. I have no respect at all for the kind of nonsense that people like Bible Matrix are spouting here. You have not studied exegesis. You have not studied hermeneutics. You have not studied biblical languages beyond looking up whatever entry in Strong's dictionary, and you do not know what you're talking about.
King
How many?
Smith says, sorry to cut you off. King Smith says, what does NASA mean in Hebrew? The answer is nothing. NSAS is not a Hebrew word. How do I know this, you ask? Well, you see, I have a cousin who's Jewish, and he has family that actively is living in Israel as we speak. They both, like my cousin's family and his other family that currently lives in Israel, they all speak Hebrew. NSA or I'm so dyslexic, I'm sorry. NASA is not a word in Hebrew. The word deceive in Hebrew also isn't pronounced NASA. So stop your little thing. And even if it was, if you're going to create an ultra secret government agency for a conspiracy, you're not going to drop subtle little hints about what you're doing because your whole purpose is to stay secretive. Niccolo Machiavelli talks about it in his book The Prince, how the reason conspiracies almost never work is because either A, the people actually like the leader, or B, because everyone is constantly they're not able to shut up about the conspiracy. And that creates a ton of problems, right? All modern politicians know about The Prince. It's not like some niche thing. It's a very popular book, and you can understand what politicians and world leaders do and why they're doing it based on that book. They wouldn't be dropping subtle hints because their whole purpose is to remain a secret. Because they don't want you to know. Because if it were true, that's how they keep their power. And they like their power. This is common fucking sense to everybody else. I'm so sorry if that's mean, but it's true.
No, it's all right. You're right. You're right. I should probably go. It's been way longer than I meant to go. Thank you so much. I just want to say on the subject of biblical exegesis, Bible Matrix, you seem to think that you can just kind of throw out a verse that you have interpreted in a certain way that you think shows a flat earth and say, oh, the majority of biblical scholars agree on this. No, that's not how this works. And I bet you anything, I know the Bible better than you. So uh, don't come in my live and argue about this until you can tell me the definition of the word phenomenological. Okay? So,
Hey, any flat earthers in the chat want to tell me what 12 times 9 is? I bet you can't. I'm not going to stay around and wait for that. I need to go to sleep.
Bible Matrix, this is not a contest of counting verses. You have 0 too. Okay, you just think you have 200 because you don't understand those 200 verses. That's how this works.
Even then, I don't understand
right.
why.
NASA Spy, I do think you probably have a lot to offer here, and I am so sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this off. I'm so sorry. Maybe next time I'll keep you in mind next time if I can remember.
Yeah, good day to you all.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. Any last comments before I call it quits for the night? Everything is scripture till it comes to the globe. No, everything is scripture until it's something the scripture does not talk about. That's what this is about. Oh boy. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Maybe I'll continue this another day. Have a good night.